understand that, like, this is hardcore and, like, killing monsters is leveling, so don't fucking attack my monsters, because you're gonna... fucking my XP is gonna go away? I thought it does when people attack it. Yeah, but if they do damage on it, doesn't it give less XP to me? I will not. You can't make me. No, I'm a pumpkin eater.
Time is money, friend! Hurry back!
Where are you going? What the fuck? This Ichiaki fucking quest where I blow the horn? It doesn't even give me anything for completing it. Like, not even gold. Well, no, I'm sure, yeah, I'm sure it gives me XP. No, I know, but, like, how is there no reward? I want it. I'm not even gonna get this. I wish I had an instant cast damage spell. That's so fucking gay. Me and this warrior are both waiting for this mob to fucking spawn. And right when he spawns, a fucking druid is stealth right on top of him and kills him. I'm gonna go grind some fucking tortoises. That was a long ass time to fucking spawn. Just grind down all this shit till these people are done with it. These motherfuckers attacking me and shit. Do they even know whom I am? Hope this fucking mind flay is pretty fucking dope.
Hi, everyone.
Yeah. It's nice when I'm casting and like the next thing I'm gonna do is wand. Even when I'm in the middle of a cast, I could just click wand, and then it'll automatically start wanding right when I'm done. Makes it easy. Yeah, but if I make a macro for that and I'm not using my wand afterwards.
What are you looking for?
Yeah. I guess I can make one for Mind Blast and then Shadow Word Pain. That I always Mind Blast and then Shadow Word Pain. Alright. Warrior's killing him, now I just gonna wait for him to spawn again. Hopefully no one else comes.
Taboo. Strength and honor.
I need an instant cast spell that does damage.
Farewell. Loktar. May your blades never dull. Oh, that's fucking pretty sweet. I'm about, when I get 18, I'm gonna get a spell called Desperate Prayer. Instantly heals the caster for 263 to 326. Not sure. Because I'm looking it online. I'm just curious on how much mana it costs. Oh, thank you. What else do I get? Oh, another Shadow Word Pain and Shield. Sweet. Okay. I'm getting all the greens. Got another one. 2 spirit. I have 1 pants that are 2 stamped for int, but I think the spirit's better for me. Need that regen. God damn it. No! The fucking guy that I needed to kill was spawned and I was running to him and a rogue just went up and attacked him. Fuck. Pissing me off. Keep on grinding. Oh my god, hell yeah, dude. Just got another green, 2 spirit, 1 stam. Actually not upset anymore that that guy came and took my fucking mob. Did I say 57 in Feralis? Level 57 died in Feralis.
Retard alert! Wee woo! Wee woo! Wee! No, I'm just
Don't fuck with Richie.
Just kidding, man. What the fuck happened, Richie? Tell me all the deets. Give me the. I'm eating. All right, I'm fucking eating. All right. Oh, so you were kidding. So you were kidding. You didn't die. What would they describe you as? A fucking libtard? You got me.
Tricks are for kids.
Shit. Richie's still getting after it. That was on purpose. I always do it on purpose now. I'm eating some fucking stew with some bread.
Mommy, stew.
It's like a stew. It's been in the fridge for a fucking couple days. I gotta eat it.
It's been in the fridge for a week. I'm fucking finishing it off.
Mommy. Yeah. That's true, but I kind of wish I could fucking cook my own stuff without her being up my fucking ass about every single little thing.
Cooking and cleaning.
Dude, I don't mind cleaning at all. It's just that when she fucking
Come
gets
clean
on my
my
ass
house.
about it, when she gets on my ass about it, then I'm like, well, then I'm just gonna fucking not do it for as long as I can. Just because you fucking told me to do it. Like, I'll do it.
A leather hide.
Uh-huh.
What is it?
Huh? Yeah, the Swiffer's fucking sweet. Tell Matt how great the Swiffer is. No, it's great. Dude, come on. Be on my side. No, I actually called you a retard. I'm just joshing you. Sorry. Yeah, whatever. I've been finding some of that. I said I've been finding some of that. You'll find that in Hillsbrad and Ashenvale. I found it. Let's see. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I'm not sure where else you can find it. Maybe Shimmering Flats. I haven't been really looking. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I didn't actually do that. You don't remember what happened? I fucking went there, all the mobs were spawned, and I'm like, man, fuck this. Like, yeah, probably a bunch of harpies spawn. I know. Yeah.
That's so fucking stupid. If you're gonna fucking give a quest that gives a ring, how about you put fucking 2 kinds of like classes on it, you know, not just 3 agility, 1 stam. Let's maybe like put a little intellect and stam on another one.
Not for you. It's not for you.
Piss me off. Not in a good mood.
Dude, I don't know if the boys are lying or not, but on the Adam Friedland show, guess who's gonna be on? Guess. Oh, you fucker. I really hope he's gonna be on. I really hope they're not fucking around. That would be great if he goes on there. Maybe.
Hey Rich, does Soda Poppin' still stream?
Yeah, he does.
I love Soda.
That's why DayZ streams are pretty good. See a lot of, yeah, you can see a lot of fucking chaos happen. I was actually playing the other day, in the middle of the day, and fucking, I ran into some dude, and he was playing a character, like he was like, you know, he had like a whole fucking, like southern fucking accent, and he was just playing a character. I was like, oh, this guy's streaming for sure. I don't know who the fuck he is. I also like GTA RP. I haven't watched it in a while actually, but GTA role playing is so fucking funny. If you watch certain characters, they can be crazy, and they're so good at improvising on the spot. It's pretty great.
Does Andy Milanakis still stream?
He probably does. I don't know.
You're just being rude, Rich.
He actually, there's a clip, there's a super popular clip of him running into a fucking pedophile. Like, the guy was being, like, super creepy. Oh, shit. Crip is fucking playing Path of Exile. Criparian, yeah. I know. Yeah.
I love that game. So excited to get this item. I think you should try to kill him. I think he drops a really nice dagger.
Oh, really? Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah.
If I get to level 60, I'm just gonna be a healer and purposely wipe a fucking whole group of people. That's the plan. I'll make it seem like I'm really good at this game, and then I'll just like start really sucking. I thought I was DPSing. Help me, I'm gonna die. And it's like the whole group's dead. Nah, you die too. Everyone's gonna die but me, Richard. Alright? I'm just out here grinding. Heh, fucking 1 bar away till fucking the 18. You know. Thanks, Papa. Where's this fucking guy I need to kill? Do you know anything about the quest where I need to get Hezrul's head? I think he's one of these, yeah, it gives a fucking ring that has 3 agility and 1 stam. I'm gonna kill him right now because I'm by Wheeling Cavern. Is he like by the entrance? Because I'm here. I've been killing shit, but I can't find him. Oh, that's the red. I'm gonna do it. Cause if I at least kill one or two of them, and I could run. If I kill one, run away, then I could come back and fucking take care of the others. Danger is my middle name. I like that because it's fucking it's class. It's hardcore. It's supposed to be dangerous. I'm gonna do it. It sounds like you give a damn. What the fuck is this dingbat?
Hell yeah, dude.
Where the fuck are these coal car faggots?
Oh, you'll see them.
Yeah, I don't.
Oh, you're in the Barrens?
Been in the Barrens.
No, if you're looking for the coal car dudes, just go over by Wailing Caverns.
I'm here, but I'm looking for the guy that patrols around with his 2 other guys.
Oh, be careful. What level are you?
18.
I don't remember what level I was, but be careful. He has 2 ads. I killed him, but what I did was I was over leveled and I sapped one. I slept the other one with some sleeper shit that I had, and then I took that guy down.
I'm not worried. But I really need that ring.
Need critical strike. I need critical strike.
Richie, I'm gonna do it, and I'm gonna win.
What the fuck, you guys? Fucking playing Overwatch, these fucking dildos. My fucking dildo team. I don't want it right now, I'm sleepy. Sleepy. Wow. This is fucking embarrassing.
This is my 2nd time running around this fucking pond. Yeah, I'm just running around killing shit. I'm not quitting, I'm gonna kill them. I'm gonna kill all of them. Bot that. I hope they're all fucking melee, those guys. Bet you there's a ranger.
Come on, you fucking idiots. What the fuck? Hate playing with fucking dog shit. Get my ult fucking twice, and my team doesn't fucking heal me. It's like, dude, I have my ultimate. Fucking let me use it before I die at least. My kind of people. My kind of people. Going to a rally this weekend for the trans. Yeah, I'm gonna go bark at some libtards. Yeah. It's the only way they'll listen. God, I hate fucking people that do this at the beginning of a game. Greetings, gamers. Hope you have a nice night. Enjoy the game. Emoticons. It's like, God, you guys are so fucking gay.
And you are... Watch your back.
What is it?
Is there like not a first aid trainer in fucking Crossroads? Like you fucking retarded.
And
Such a
you
big
are.
area of people grinding.
I am forsaken.
Thank you.
Remember, patience. Speak quickly. You said better.
Fucking.
I am forsaken. Speak quickly. Watch your back. What now?
Speak with Mura, Rune Totem, and Sepulture. What the fuck is that?
Sepulcher. The fuck? You've been calling it Sepulcher fucking since the beginning of time.
That's the first time I ever fucking said that word.
Nope. I've heard you say it before.
Nope. I'm leaving.
Speak quickly. Lokar, go forth to victory.
Oh my god, give us a fucking healer. Oh, I got my fucking main, boys. I got her.
Sweet, the first aid trainer is right where my priest trainer is. I'll do my priest quest now. Level 18, that should be no problem.
Nope. Nobody fucking stay on point and let me get fucking killed. How did we lose that?
Be quick about
Oh,
your business.
God.
I
Speak
quit.
No one.
quick. Victory for Sylvanas. I'm listening. Beware.
What? No.
What is it? Be quick about your business.
Yeah, I'm over it. This guy's never gonna spawn.
He will. He just got to come back.
My name is Aaron, and welcome back to my channel. A couple weeks ago,
I'm
the
grinding my
Clearwater
way
City
down to
Council
Camp
told
T.
David Miscavige to piss off in a pretty major way, and I think
Oh. Hi.
we should talk about it. This is the latest chapter in the story about a war David Miscavige started with the city of Clearwater back in 2017. In fact, it's a war that Miscavige started not just with the city of Clearwater, but also with the Clearwater Marine Aquarium. The world knows the Clearwater Marine Aquarium through Winter the Dolphin. The Dolphin Tale movies are about Winter. Winter is a dolphin at the Clearwater Marine Aquarium. So Miscavige went to war with Winter the Dolphin and the city of Clearwater. So what was this all about? I'll make this as quick as I can, but basically, most people watching this channel are probably familiar with the fact that Scientology has this giant base that they call the Flagland base, located right in the heart of downtown Clearwater. One of the signature properties of the Flagland base is the Fort Harrison Hotel. And just behind the Fort Harrison Hotel is another hotel Scientology owns called the Oak Cove. So behind the Fort Harrison and next to the Oak Cove is another parcel of land that was owned by the Clearwater Marine Aquarium. Now, the aquarium isn't located in downtown Clearwater. They're located closer to Clearwater Beach. But the aquarium had this property because they were considering relocating to downtown Clearwater. Once it was clear that the plans to move the aquarium to downtown were not going to work, the aquarium decided to sell this land, and they went under contract to sell it to the city of Clearwater for $4 million and change. David Miscavige is a very paranoid little fellow, and he does not consider it acceptable for anybody to develop something right next to the Flagland base. He considers that a security threat to the base. He doesn't want anything built taller than the main Flagland base buildings. He doesn't want anybody to be able to look down on those buildings. And he just doesn't want non-Scientologists around the base, and he'll do anything in his power to keep the development in downtown Clearwater to the absolute bare minimum, because he just doesn't have any use for non-Scientologists around that base. So the first thing Miscavige tried to do to prevent this lot from being sold to the city and therefore prevent it from being developed was to approach the Clearwater Marine Aquarium directly. The then CEO's name was David Yates. So he approached David Miscavige is approaching David Yates, and offered the aquarium as much as $15 million for this lot. And as I just said, the aquarium was under contract to sell it to the city for like $4.25 million. David Yates declined to sell the property to Miscavige and to Scientology. It's not that he couldn't have used the $15 million. It's that David Yates and the aquarium has a long-standing history of partnership with the city of Clearwater. And this was prime real estate right on the bluff, for those of you familiar with Clearwater, right on the bluff overlooking the water. And he thought that for the good of the city, this land needed to stay in the hands of the city so that the city could use this land for its own future development efforts, or redevelopment efforts as the case may be. Once David Yates refused to sell to Miscavige, Miscavige's next strategy was to basically go to the city and say, hey city, hey city council, council members and the mayor, if you will back out of the contract to buy this property from David Yates, thereby forcing him to sell it to me, Miscavige Scientology, then let me show you all the wonderful things I will do for downtown Clearwater. At that time, the Clearwater City Council basically refused to do what Miscavige was asking. So the city council and the Clearwater Marine Aquarium moved forward and closed this deal and sold this lot of land to the city of Clearwater instead of to Scientology. Once all of that went down and Miscavige didn't get his way, he went on the warpath and started the latest chapter in his ongoing war with the city of Clearwater. And at that time, this was back in 2017, started a war with the Clearwater Marine Aquarium as well. Here's some of the information that was reported in the Tampa Bay Times by Tracy McManus back in 2017. Tracy says, the Church of Scientology has launched a statewide campaign blasting the ethics and financial practices of the Clearwater Marine Aquarium, a move that follows on the aquarium's recent decision not to sell the church a prized downtown property. On Monday, the church delivered to the board a scathing 7-page letter and more than 250 pages of supporting documentation questioning the nonprofit's economic impact and financial responsibility. So Miscavige and the Church of Scientology were trying to call the Clearwater Marine Aquarium onto the carpet for exaggerating their economic impact to the city of Clearwater and accusing them of financial irresponsibility. If that's not the pot calling the kettle black. The formal complaint, which was also sent to Attorney General Pam Bondi, State Attorney General at that time, sent to the State Auditor General and sent to legislative leaders, is not going unchallenged by the aquarium CEO, David Yates. David Yates is quoted as saying, "We want to be good neighbors to everybody, but we do not intend to be bullied at the same time. Everything they wrote is either false or completely out of context or inflammatory." The church's move came 2 business days after the Clearwater City Council voted unanimously to buy a 1.4-acre vacant property from the aquarium. The $4.25 million sale closed the next day. And keep in mind, all this information is from a few years ago. The aquarium, which is in the midst of a fundraising campaign for a $50 million renovation of its facility on Island Estates, rejected the church's $15 million offer for the property 3 weeks earlier in favor of selling to the city. So get that. David Yates, he was in the middle of having to raise $50 million to do a whole renovation of the aquarium. By the way, those renovations are now completed. And even though he needed to raise $50 million, he turned down $15 million from Scientology just to do the right thing and keep this property in the hands of the city. Someone might say, well, God, he lost out on at least $10 million of pure profit from Miscavige. No, what actually happened is the community was so glad to see David stand up and take on Scientology and not be bullied by Miscavige that it resulted in tens of millions of dollars of donations to the Clearwater Marine Aquarium. What David unintentionally proved back in 2017 is that standing up to Scientology, not being afraid to call them out on bad behavior, not being afraid to put Miscavige in his place, is the absolute best thing any politician or community leader could do in Clearwater. And not just in Clearwater. I'm sure this would translate to national politics. You know, the senator or the representative who leads the effort to demand the IRS review
How do you have a corner on the battery market? No, I was at Publix getting sandwich meat, and she was ringing up my total. I thought they were $7, and she rings them up. It's $17 fucking dollars. Like, what the fuck? Yeah.
I got a battery guy.
Yeah, I'm a fucking idiot. What are these kids on over there?
Some guy just sent Nick a super chat. He's just like, yeah, some fucking homeless guy stole my work shoes and my $250 running shoes from outside my house. I live on the 3rd floor. What do I do to get vengeance against these homeless people? And he's like, well, well, you get a snowplow, you get a snowplow in the front of your truck, and you drive through the tent city. He's like, that's about all you can do. uh,
Okay. Dude, bro, there was this like fucking hot Asian woman, and her dad was with her, who was like clearly like very old, but she was like the only reason that you could tell she was like super old, um, because she had gray hair in her hair. But bro, for like 50, maybe like 55, like I'd fucking slam.
Asian girls don't crack, man. Yeah, like in their old age, in the yeah, in their old age they do, but from like until like 40, at 40 their face is still like no signs of aging. It's kind of crazy. Except for I saw one girl on Tinder. She was like 32 years old, and I was like, "Oh my god, how is your face so wrinkly?" It was like amazing how wrinkly it was. It's like, what the fuck did you do? Did you drink every day for fucking like 7 years? Drink and smoke? Like, what the fuck? But yeah, for the most part, until they're fucking, old, 60, it's like, yeah, dude, like,
But dude, I'd slam. Would you?
yeah, probably.
Nice. Yeah, and she's probably like,
That's fucking rude.
Richie.
How dare
Richard.
you?
Richard. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. They're aggressive too.
Dude, I fucking hate this. I'm talking to this fucking girl on a dating site. She's not bad looking, but she does the one trick that all overweight girls do, and it's they
Just face photos.
face photos, but this one's smart. She's hiding her shoulders and she's hiding her fucking like where your bicep is. She's hiding that, and you know why they hide that. Like I can see a little bit of her shoulder here, and it's just like, oh yeah, she, she's got some fucking weight on her, and it's like, what the fuck, dude? What if they would just be fucking straight up about it, then I wouldn't have to fucking ask. But now I'm gonna have to ask. Now I'm I
Mm,
fucking I Dude, I hate that shit. I've had to ask girls for full body pics so many times, and some of them
yeah.
get upset with me, and I'm just like, hey, you did this. Like I'll straight up tell them, like, hey, this if you were forthright with fucking how if with your fucking your body
Right.
weight, then I wouldn't have to ask. Then we wouldn't have to go through this uncomfortable fucking conversation. But you did
Yeah.
this.
It's only gonna end one way. I'm gonna find out like once I meet you. Like and being to be completely fair, being fat is a choice.
Yeah,
Like
no, it's totally a choice.
so I don't know. Then
Like
and also then they want to date men who are like skinny or like in shape or whatever and wonder why like they either get fucking turned out, and just get their back broken, or they just end up giving blowjobs and then they never call them again. What do they expect?
yeah, it's like you're looking for somebody like you replied to me probably because it's like, "Oh, he is not fat." Like I'm not fit, but I have a healthy weight, like a very healthy weight. And
Right.
like it's
And
so
then the
fucking
girls that are skinny think they're cows. She wants to sit on you. What site is it? What dating site is it?
it's this fucking garbage one that I've been on for a super long time, and it's full of bots. It's called Meet Me. No,
Ooh,
it's
I
not
just
Meet
found a
Meet
nice
Me.
Asian girl, bro, and there's like a running joke like if you're over 30, you're considered like leftovers in China. So I made the little joke on her
Oh,
on her profile. I was like we're both leftovers, so let's make dinner together. And she ate that shit up, but she's
oh, damn! I thought that was gonna go really bad.
yeah, fuck it. I always shoot my shot. If it works, it don't. Okay. So I'm gonna go grab coffee with her. She says don't like text, prefer to grab coffee together.
That's good. It's not a girl that's like, "Hey, let's go to this fancy fucking restaurant so I could fucking stare at my phone the whole time."
let me touch that bum bum. Let me get. I just think Asian chicks are like, I'm into it. No, but like, bro, I just like, I like how they're like, they have traditional values. That's just so sexy to me. Like, even on her profile, it says monogamy. Like, that's hot.
Yeah, I can see that.
Right? She'd probably come home. She always like, she knows how to actually probably cook. You know, like, she's not like, I'm a fucking bad bitch and doing all this like ratchet weird shit, you know, like fucking long nails and like tapping screens and shit. Like, she's like, baby, let's get your credit score up. Like that's gonna fucking get my dick hard.
Yeah, white girls are fucking. Oh my god,
They're trashy.
they've been ruined by America.
They really have. That's true. Yeah,
Yeah, for sure.
we agree. And Richie, you're in trouble for lying about dying today. Mm-hmm. Being a bad boy. Damn, Andrew. I
No, no,
felt bad for him.
I didn't just call you retard. It was a retard alert. I was like, wee woo, wee woo, retard alert. Yeah, your little redheaded stepchild.
Mhm.
I'm watching Nick rip houses apart. I'm gonna have to ghost this fucking girl. Jesus Christ. Because yeah, you're right. It's only gonna end one way.
Oh, dude, don't say it like that. Fuck her folds. That's like, oof. I'm just imagining him like sandwiching his penis over like a fat fold and hitting it. This girl's fucking sexy too.
Damn, she's 4'10". She's fucking 4'10", so it's like, oh god.
That makes her like twice as fat.
Yeah, I know. It doesn't say her weight, but it's yeah, yeah, yeah. It says it's like a body type thing that you can put in, and hers is stocky, stocky. I'm sick of thick girls. Yeah, I do know what you're talking about. Yeah, it'd fall into the fucking crevices of her cellulite. I'm over it. I'm fucking over it, dude. Bar, yeah, yeah. Meet a girl at a bar. That play. I don't do parties. I'm not a party person. I've been going to the Morton Arboretum by myself, and there is a lot of cute girls walking around there. Yeah, I was swiping on Tinder yesterday, and I legit swiped through like 20 fat girls in a fucking row. It was disgusting. Yeah, my lair. I can talk online very easily, and I can talk in person fine. It's just the whole starting thing is like stressful. hmm Yeah, I'm gonna ghost this girl. I just went through it in my head, and I'm like, if I fucking go, if I keep going with this, I'm gonna hurt someone, and it ain't gonna be me. I'm a black hole.
What if what if she wants what if she wants you to hurt her? Hmm?
She already told me she's looking for a uh, meaningful relationship.
Meaningful submissive relationship. Ah, dude, my farts are getting wet, bro. Wait, do they still have Facebook dating?
I didn't even know that existed.
I used to use it, but I thought they got rid of it because it doesn't show up for me. Ah, Swamp ass, bro. Got it. Oh my god. Uh, mm, 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 mm.
Oh,
Bro,
oh,
that's
dude, that's sick.
nice.
you
Dude.
should, you should, you should have been like, what do you think I am, retarded? Dude, that's like all girls on fucking Tinder. It's like, I have a little boy and he is my world, as he should be, you fucking dumb bitch. But guess what? You're not gonna find anybody on here because the second they see you have a child, they're gonna be like, no, no, like you fucked it up the first time. Like,
Yeah. I don't care about the kids, like, but as long as you don't lead with the kids.
yeah, that's fucked up. Oh yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah. I think it's what's I think what's cool is they added like voice text, which kind of does a little bit better than texting, because texting can just be very flat in general too.
Dude, one girl, yeah, I matched with this girl on Tinder and we started talking. We liked all the same things, and then we traded numbers, and then she started like voice texting me, and she sounded exactly like my Aunt Monica. She had this fucking nasally voice, just like,
Mm.
oh, like, oh, I can't even fucking do it. It's so nasally, and I just broke it off. I'm like, hey, ooh, like,
Oh,
this isn't gonna work. This isn't. No, but she just had this super nasally voice. I wish I had a recording of my Aunt Monica. You'd be like, "Oh my god." Like, I can't deal with that every day. Like, what the fuck?
yeah. Did Andrew die?
Wait, what? I just got up for a minute.
Exactly. Yeah.
No.
Dude,
No.
towards the end of fucking Emily going like, man, like there were sometimes I was like walking by the Victory beer and like the Victory beer with like Golden Monkey and shit. I was like, oh, dude, I just fucking take this 6 pack into my car. And I briefly was just like, this would give me, I could just come home so fucked up that she'll just get the fuck away from, like, it's really fucked up when that's like my exit plan. I'll just relapse. Like that's not sane. Yeah, that's very not sane thinking. And that's what Not like she drove me to, but I let her into my life to drive me to that when I avoided all the red flags. So like I right.
I mean, I'm the same way, but like, well, it's not. No, I'm not the same way. I can enjoy things. Like I don't know. I mean, maybe I don't know. Like, folk don't. No, don't like force yourself to do it. But it's like, hey, go on a bike ride. I like working up a sweat. I mean, maybe it's because like, okay, right now it's fucking cold, and then when it gets warm out, I'm gonna be like, fuck yeah, dude, I'm gonna go riding my bike around. You get out there and it's nice and warm and fucking working up a little sweat. Like I enjoy working up a sweat. Going on a bike ride. It's nice.
I would enjoy working sweat before we meet together.
Mm. No, you did. Don't don't say that. Don't say that you lost it. You didn't lose it.
It's because you called him a retard when his character died. We just got to do fun shit. Like if we go paintballing, you cannot not have fun going paintballing. Really? What about riding four wheelers? What about shooting guns? What about longboarding on the boardwalk? All right, I got. All right, I gotta go get these pants. I'll be right back.
Pants. Yeah, I never enjoyed sports, but I tried. I tried to do the whole when the Blackhawks were fucking, like a top tier team and they were winning the Stanley Cup all the time. It was like, yeah, this is cool. And then I didn't even enjoy it then. Like, yeah. Hmm. That's rough. Yeah. I mean, cause I don't know. I get bored with games pretty easily. I don't know, you gotta find stuff you fucking enjoy doing. I don't know. I have a couple little things. I'm happy I'm getting my garden going and growing stuff. It's cool to watch stuff grow. Glass. Glass. Hmm. Hmm. Oh yeah, me too. Yeah, but I mean, at least you're making money, saving money. Fucking, I understand what you mean by if you got a girlfriend, like, oh, now you're spending all this money because they want to do this and that and the other thing and take pictures in front of neon signs. And it's just like, what the fuck, dude? Like, why? Yeah, yeah, yeah. I fucking can't stand that shit. Hmm. No, yeah, it's really hard to find.
Scientology's tax exempt status is going to be a folk hero. Donations are going to flow into their re-election campaigns.
Yeah. Yeah, he was on Lex, right? I randomly ran across some dude yesterday on fucking YouTube who's like this fucking dumpster diver, and he just finds tons of shit. He's just like he's just got like a storage back at his house. He's like, well, we're back over here. Fucking, I found 2 pallets of paper towel dispensers still in the box, and he just fucking loads them all up into his truck. He fucking truck completely full. He's like, just put them up on eBay. I don't care how long it takes to sell them. I'll just wait it out. Sell them, a couple every couple days. Yeah, he's fucking like he's giving you so much information. He's like, "Oh, I found this, I found that." He's getting wire. Dude, he finds a lot of shit. He's just like he's finding broken laptops. He's like, "Well, this is just gonna go in my e-recycle pile," and he just builds up these piles and then he just brings it into recycle and fucking, couple $100 here and there, and it's like, huh, that isn't a bad idea. I just don't know if I want people seeing me fucking jumping into a fucking dumpster all the time. Yeah, 'cause he's like he went behind this like grocery store and he's like, here's a fucking whole 12 pack of fucking Pepsi. He's like, oh, here's the reason why they threw it out. It's fucking they dropped it and one of the cans busted open, so they have to throw the whole thing out. And he's like, still good. And he's just like he fucking he just put uh let me try to find him. I didn't even fucking let me find this guy. Uh his his YouTube name is Love in the Dumpster. Yeah. No. Dude, he goes behind like Amazon, he goes behind like Amazon warehouses and like all the fucking shit that they throw out that like are like rejects and shit, and he's just like, this is good, that's good, this is good, and he's like, I got like $500 right here and stuff I can sell on eBay. I'm just like, holy fuck, dude. Dude, I'm watching this fucking video where he what the fuck? He's finding guns. I think they might be like airsoft guns, maybe. But he found a whole trash bag full of fucking knives and like I don't know. He hasn't explained it yet. It's just random clips of him just going through these bags. Oh, he's got airsoft magazine clips. Like, yeah, it's doable, but no, this guy's legit. Shit, yeah, this guy he goes behind like Home Depot and he's just like digging through there. He's like, "Oh, here's two in the package like doorknob sets." And it's like, "Shit." He's like shit. He's like, that's like $30 right there. Damn. In Florida, yeah, fucking competing with the homeless people. Yeah, they shipped them all to Chicago. Man, I had a crab cake fucking like a month ago. My dad took me out for my dinner for my birthday, and holy shit. He took me, we went to the casino, and there's like a steakhouse in there, and he had a bunch of comps. He had like a couple $100 in comps. So we got like, yeah, so we got like we got 2 steaks and 2 crab cakes, and these crab cakes were fucking $30 a piece. Insane. But my God, I haven't had a crab cake since then. Uh, that was like the first time in a really long time, and holy shit, it was so good. It was insane how good it was. It was huge too. It was like the size of like a fucking like an ashtray, like a like an old ashtray. Oh really? No. Oh yeah. Yeah, man, I remember going to the fucking casino, the boat in Elgin, and they would have like a buffet, and they would have fucking we would just get plates of crab legs. Like we'd eat nothing else but crab legs. And they just fucking that meat would just slide out of there. Oh god, it was so good. Dip that shit in butter. I haven't had crab legs in a long time. Oh, I know what you should do, Rich. You should just start playing fucking golf. Just start golfing. Dude, I love that. It's the best. It's the best. Just going to the driving range, getting the driver out, and just crushing balls. It's a lot of fun. I go with Sean and Brian, and Sean has the goofiest fucking swing, but Sean crushes the ball. Sean hits the ball 300 yards. like pretty consistently. It's pretty funny. Like his swing is so abnormal, but when he makes contact, it just fucking goes. Like he'll hit the back net all the time. Sean's got that fucking strength, dude. Yeah, him and his hairy shoulders. When he wears his fucking Dago tees, fucking his hairy shoulders are fucking blowing in the wind. Oh shit, these guys are looking at Ben Mala's fucking mansion. Yeah. Oh, whatever he's got to say.
It's a stupido. Like I can't fucking believe people spend money on this house. Like this is the shit I'm talking. I mean, I'm sorry, man. The house sucks. I'm sure the guy's a nice guy, but like taste wise, like what are we gonna do? Refinish 15 fucking million square feet of fucking? What are you gonna scratch 15 pounds of cologne off this house? This house is like cologne. It's like a pearl white fucking Escalade. Like,
Are you listening to what he's saying?
It's like a Zales diamond of a mansion. 16.5 million. I mean, it's probably price per square foot's probably not off. The finishes aren't bad. It's just wrong direction.
Rory Basley, thank you for the encouragement and thank you for the 25. We got Aaron G. Smith. Let's
What
get
did
real
he say?
for a
You
second,
could
Nick.
scratch
What do
12
you really
pounds of
think of the
cologne
Cardinals
off
guy?
this house.
Well, no, I don't know. I don't really have an opinion that much. It's just I think busting people's balls and sometimes is really fun, but like I don't know. It's just I see it a lot, right? Is that big? Is that a big thing?
I don't think he's that. I think within our community, our guys are smart and they find stuff. I don't think he's huge, but I don't know. I feel like a lot of our viewers know who he is.
Yeah, he might
That
run into one of
Cartnard
the guys
guy's
from my
fucking
1% club.
annoying.
He might get his head chopped
Like he was
off.
funny at first.
Yeah, dude, those are the baddest
And then
guys.
it's
They
like,
got a
dude,
crazy name.
for
Dr.
him to
Octagon
do
with
that
25 in
all
Providence,
the
there's a Hell's Angel
time.
Club.
The Cartnark. You ever watch that guy's YouTube videos? Dude, it was funny at first. Now it's like, dude, he's gonna get fucking shot, like soon. He is, dude. He already had a gun pulled on him. He's a fucking idiot, dude. It's not even enjoyable anymore watching the videos. It's like, I'm the Cartnark. I'm quick and I'm witty and I'm throwing stickers on your car. Durr. It's like, dude, we get it, okay, and now you're making so much money off of it. I could understand if I was probably making the money that he's making doing that, I'd probably be doing it too. But I think he's doing it in Texas now, and it's like, careful there, Buckaroo. Something bad might happen. Yeah, yeah.
Club across the street from an elementary school.
Yeah, I used to live near there.
Ergen Splitting Loudenboomer. I will match dollar for dollar for the
I sent Nick a
P-ups.
question like months ago. Yeah, cause like he's good with like all these houses and stuff, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna ask him what here, you know what? I think I sent it to Matt on Facebook, and I clipped, I timestamped it. Let's see. Yeah, he answered it. Yeah, because I mean I sent him $15 to fucking hold on, let's see. Oh, it's members only content now. That's fucking lame. Oh, actually, I think aren't you a member? Like for like, oh, okay. I asked him like how I could find what's the best way to go about like talking to realtors to get business for, painting. And he's like, here's the thing about realtors. It's like, if you're I can't even say it right now. Hold on. I'll tell you in a minute. Okay, I can say it now. So if you're a realtor, he was like, I want you to know one thing. He's like, fuck you and suck my dick. Like he like screamed it at the fucking camera. he's like fuck realtors. He's like I don't care. He's like fucking douse yourself in gasoline and burn yourself alive. He's like fucking fucking he said like chum the raccoon or something. He went on a fucking tear about realtors. That wasn't all of it, but yeah, that's how he started answering my question. And Jet just started cracking up. I was like, "Oh, this is so fucking good." And I asked him like how to talk to realtors or like how to get into contact with realtors to get painting work. And he hates realtors. He fucking hates them. But then I found out a couple weeks later that his brother is a realtor. And his brother's the reason that this whole stream is even happening because his brother gave him the idea to do this. But yeah, he gave me some advice that had like zero context and like zero way of going about getting business. He wasn't talking about realtors. He's like, what you want to do is you want to go to uh, a high end lumber yard that sells a lot of lumber. And he's like, a lot of people that go there, they're always doing projects on their houses, always. So he's like, go there, you'll you'll find work there. And I'm just thinking like, what the fuck? Okay, that's a reasonable thing to know, but what do I do? Do I go in there and I fucking like try to schmooze the fucking manager there and be like, hey, here's my cards, could you like what, do I work out a deal with them? Like there's really no way to go about it. Matt's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna send you there in your fucking whites and you could walk around there for a couple hours. Aimlessly walk around in my whites like, oh my god. I mean, I wish he gave me more context on how to do that, but he just kind of went over it briefly. I mean, it's not a bad idea, but it's like, how do I go about doing that? Damn it. Man, that fucking dryer is squeaking again. Fuck. Damn it, I gotta go fix that fucking thing again. I'll be right back.
guys, I'm not.
It's nice. This is not nice. This house is a complete fucking rehab. You have to scratch this whole house down to nothing. Full gut job. And it would be, just think about how funny it's going to be when you and the wife are walking through someone's $1 million house saying, this is a complete gut job in front of someone that thinks their house is really nice.
Their son Tanner comes down the stairs.
Yeah, Tanner, go back upstairs. The man's being mean. And he's like, brown mommy? He's like this. No, honey, tan man, grand can land.
Got a couple chats. Simon Miller with the 25. Thank you, sir. Hey, fellas, hashtag Subidoc. I have a bit about a gay Motown group called the Fruit Flies. Can you tell Jade? Good job for Employee of the Month, Jade.
Jade, good job for Employee of the Month. Good job.
In the Pines with the 5. Thank you so much, sir, for the support. Just another snake in the grass. Don't trust him. He has joined Severe Beast, though, so maybe
just another snake in the grass.
You should. Hourglass with the 25. First ever donation. We appreciate it, and we notice it every time. I am 25, and I had $60K in savings, but I bought a 19 Mazda 3 GT for $27K. It's about a year later since, and I'm living at home with $40K in savings. Was buying the car a bad call? I want to be able to purchase a condo in the future.
No, man, I like Mazdas. They're cheap to fix. I'm not hating on Mazda. I think Mazda's doing things that Acura was doing in the mid-2000s. Yep. Ford's working pretty hard with that brand to just create, I think, style-wise. Mazda's doing good. I think Mazda's doing good work. I don't hate the brand right now. I'm betting that Mazda and Acura have the largest growth in the next 4 or 5 years. They're a small, pretty boutique company for the most part, but they make a Ford product, a stylized Ford product for the most part. That's what to know about them. They make they call it an entry premium. I think that's what they call that. But yeah, no, I like it. You didn't make a bad. Just drive the car. If you bought a car and you spent 25, 35, 45 grand, you have a car. The key is don't get stupid and start trading in and out of cars. Just drive the goddamn thing until the fucking wheels fall off it. You have a car now for 8 years. That's what you need to know about your car with a loan on it. This house is wonderful. 225.
Thank you for the 2.
That 1-2 Bowlers Ave, Geelong, West Victoria. I don't know where the fuck that is, but that house.
Get out of here.
All right, moving along. That's it. I thought somebody got me. I was like, damn. This part of the video, I know you're looking at it like, oh man, this dude, like, it's all right. I'm not trying to portray this area as a dangerous area because I don't feel like it's dangerous. So what you see right here is not something like, oh, I'm not coming to Brazil, look what's going on. Nah, man, this dude asked for it. This dude is drunk. He's with his girl. I caught the whole thing. I saw the whole thing before I even got it on camera. He's drunk. He's with his chick. He started with someone, started some beef with someone. The dude kind of like let him know, yo, bro, like we're trying to tell him, chill, relax. He walked up, his girl took him and walked away. He got away from his girl, came back, and was talking crap with the guy. And the guy it was 2 guys, and one of them just caught him, punched him, and the other one bust his head against the wall. So that's why you see him passed out like that. He got knocked out. I feel sorry for him, but he's the one that started it. So this is not like if you guys come out here, some random person's just gonna fight you. my God, there's a lot of people. Oh my God. All the beautiful women come here? Oh my God. Wow.
I've ran a insurance company now for 13 years, going on 14 years. And I've been in the insurance industry for 20 years. I started off with Morgan Stanley. Morgan Stanley gave me a salary plus commission. I made the least money with Morgan Stanley Dean Witter because they gave me a salary, so my commission was like this. Then I went to Trans. Trans gave me a commission like this with zero salary.
I love how he says Trans gave me this.
Yeah.
Someone's going to
Transamerica. Somebody's going to cut that. Sure. Somebody's going to cut that clip.
Transamerica.
Pat, you were just canceled. Pat canceled.
You set me up there.
Oh, you made some comments earlier about Kobe, right? Was like he's like Kobe, he would be ice cold. I'm like, did he just say that?
Yeah. This trans thing.
You have to have a degree to understand the last joke he just gave, but there's levels to this. This guy's a little too brilliant for.
I don't think you need a degree to understand what assuming room temperature means.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
So here, going back to the question. So, Transamerica, to be exact.
Don't do it again.
Oh, you like that, buddy?
This is it. Is this what you want me to do right here? Is that what it is?
You're too professional.
In LA,
the internet's a horrible place.
In LA, this would be a gang. Just so you know, in LA, this is a gang. So they pay commission. Then we start our own company, and same thing. Okay, it's commission based. Here's how it works. Go do your thing. The upside is big. You can make tens of millions, but at the same time, you got to do the work. You got to go out there. You got to do this. You got to do that.
Right.
This attracts a certain set of talents where your skill set as an operator has to be being a kingmaker, okay? Where a person like a Daily Wire or a Fox, their model isn't necessarily to be a kingmaker. They attract kings, meaning Daily Wire didn't build Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson is a king.
Yeah.
They recruited a king that went and joined Daily Wire, right? Fox News didn't build Beck, didn't build you, didn't build Tucker, didn't build O'Reilly, didn't build a lot of these guys. Now, some may say,
well, they certainly didn't build me.
Yeah,
I would say I had great people at Fox, but I was they were like, you can't say that. I'd be like, what? They'd be like, could you put on a jacket? I'm like, wow, I don't know. They kept wanting me to change, and it just wasn't the right fit. I was 21.
But that's the point, though. So is your plan to kind of whoever comes and joins you and runs with you guys, that you're going to share with them the tricks to the game that worked for you? So it's almost like, and I don't know if you follow basketball or sports or not, where the Golden State Warriors were like, yeah, we're not going to go put a super team together, bring this guy, bring that guy. Let's draft. Let's bring in Steph Curry. Let's bring in Clay. Let's bring in Draymond. Let's build these guys up, and boom, let's win 4 championships.
Yeah.
Is your plan to recruit more greenies? No. Or are you guys also willing to pay the $5-10 million to recruit some big names?
Well, I would say actually, like, for example, with Daily Wire, or even like the Blaze, Jordan Peterson's an exception. He really is an exception. It was very recent that they brought in someone like him because, yeah, he is a king. He's unbelievably talented and has an unbelievable audience. I mean, if you go back to Fox News, right, you're going back a while, like Sean Hannity after 9/11. I think he was out of Atlanta. Then he became nationally syndicated. They brought him in. Bill O'Reilly was Inside Edition. Beck, before that, had a huge radio show, and he was on, I think it was HLN. So what they would do is bring in people who were kind of that middle tier, and then they were more of a platform to kind of be a springboard. But what you see with a lot of them is when they leave Fox, their podcasts don't really work that well, right? Because this isn't just sort of a passive viewership. I mean, there's some folks.
That's hard. Listen.
Well, because you don't have people telling you that this is who you want to watch.
Dude.
People are tuning into you because you're interesting, not because you have a giant crane cam and a crotch camera with a see-through desk.
Did you shave your legs, Steven? Did you do this? Fix your hair? Do the makeup?
I just went in the way God made me.
One of the things, if the audience is watching this, I was very impressed to see. He came with a makeup girl that did his makeup for 45 minutes before today's podcast.
Wow.
It was very impressive. How, the hair, somebody was fixing your hair in the back.
I know, you thought the syringes were for black hair. It was just botulism.
So going back to that, I had a couple guys here. I'm talking to anyway, some of the guys from Fox News, and they said to me, "Let me tell you, this is Murdoch, but let me tell you the magic behind Roger Ailes." I said, "What's that?" He was a kingmaker. Okay, I said, "Tell me more." He says he knew how to get somebody to poke him here, push him here, challenge him here, show him this, take this angle, think about doing this, show him the place. He was a kingmaker, so he know how to do that.
Yeah.
Is your game plan to go from being a talent to want to be a kingmaker?
That's long term. Here's the thing. Long term, right?
You know what I'm asking?
Yeah.
You, right?
Long term, there's no bench. So I said this a long time ago, where I would love to retire, and I don't mean necessarily be like less P Diddy, like more Suge Knight, like dangling Vanilla Ice outside of a balcony, where if I want to move,
great 90s rap right there.
Death Row. Yeah. I saw a guy today walking with a Death Row Records like shirt.
Yeah,
I want to say, hey, Death Row, but then I don't really know the city that well. He could be like, shut up, shoot me. I have no idea.
But it could happen. If you were in a city called
the
Liberty,
whitest guy who's a
Liberty
if
City.
he's in Liberty City, yes, not here. Yeah,
you're good.
So I would love to retire and eventually produce content more, but there really can be no next show like mine, Louder with Crowder, unless there's an environment where it can exist. And if you have to be in an environment where you have to play ball with these big tech effectively, I mean, you could say do a tripopoly. Really, you're really talking about 3 companies. It can't happen. It can't happen. There cannot be a show. I mean, Gerald and I talk about this all the time. I can't imagine what our show would look like if we had to be advertiser friendly, let alone never be suspended on YouTube. Like, we just decided to forego the money. And by the way, I don't really care so much about the revenue on YouTube. We've talked about this, but once we were demonetized, that was the Vox apocalypse, they stopped counting our subscribers. So the number would be about 12 to 15 million subscribers in the main channel. And what we had was, for years, I was monetized, the channel, and we were gaining between 120 to 250,000 subscribers every single month. I think our lowest month in that period was 80, and our highest might have been close to like 300. Then we were
in a month.
In a month. Yeah. Every month was over 100-something thousand. The average was 130, something like that.
Like that, yeah.
Then we were demonetized.
Yeah.
The Vox apocalypse, because they couldn't remove us because we didn't violate any policies. Yeah. Right. You see Susan Wojcicki, who was talking at the Recode conference, saying, like, sorry, it's not really hate speech, but we'll create a new rule of borderline content. So the second we're demonetized, boom, we were down to 10,000, at most 30,000 subscribers a month, because you can't find us in browse. If you search my name and the title of the video, you'll find something else. Someone screwed up at Google YouTube and accidentally remonetized us. Was it for like 4 months?
3 or 4 months.
3 or 4 months.
We're like, what?
Boom. 130 to 200,000 average per month again. Wow. Demonetized down to 10 or 30. And here's the reason why, is because it's a finances game. Of course YouTube wants to migrate people toward advertiser content, and then of course they want you to play ball and say, by the way, you need to be advertiser friendly. Don't talk about the trans thing. Don't talk about the election. Don't talk about the vaccines. And then when you have conservatives saying, hey, you know what, we want to make sure we keep making this revenue from YouTube. Think about that. When people say, and I used to be a libertarian, until I grew out of it, and I would still be considered more libertarian than most conservatives. But it's not a free, it's not about a private company doing what they want when these people enjoy benefits, both as far as policy, as far as taxes, from the government, Section 230, right? When they're protected. They use the law when it's convenient, and then they violate the law when it's not convenient. And they use that to engineer the kind of content, not only that you see, but that is on there. So, yeah, we kind of just said, okay, we'll decide, like, rather than 12, 15 million, but not being able to discuss anything, we'll have to build it the hard way. It is a very, very difficult slog. That's what bothered me, was the lack of access to new people, right? If you have a storefront that's always boarded up, it's really hard to generate new customers. And it's the same thing. It's hard to generate new viewers. The viewership that we have on the show is almost 100% from people who bookmark it and check it every day.
Wow. So the suggestions for you is not that high?
I think it was less than 2%.
Suggestions is less than 2%?
Browse, search, suggested. They were in single digits, all of them. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. Holy sh!
They probably suggest people watch something else other than our show.
Probably
By the way, you know what is well, if I
well, yeah, exactly. That's going to be the thumbnail.
With that, I mean, come on, who's not watching?
But by the way, so going back to that, I bet if you were to show the data on what happened with dates, that would be an interesting thing to look at.
We could probably, hey, could someone watch it? We could probably send them to you right now.
Oh,
if you have your guy reach out, we could send you at least the before and after.
I would love to see that data, to just show it. If you can, I don't know who in your communication.
It's fun to drink on, dude. You take Adderall, you can drink all day.
You can drink all day anyway.
No, but I'll take Adderall and drink until my body shuts down. But because of the Adderall, you're still there. We went to the World Series.
Can't walk.
I went to the Phillies Astros World Series. I was blacked out, but I was fully like, what's going on? Then we tried to leave the stadium, and I was like, yo, I can't walk. You're gonna appreciate this sneaking at a stadium. I was gone. It was an all-day tailgate. I was at South Carolina versus Tennessee, SEC football. It's a night game in South Carolina, and I'm standing there, and there's just a tiny fence between me and the handicap section. I just stepped over it. I was standing there just for real. I was on the field. I was just shit-faced walking around. And I was like, stepped in, and dude, people were like looking at me like, checks out. Fully checks out. I just,
yeah, if you just do that.
I mean, that's my face when I'm blacked out. I was just. People are like, He's by himself.
Someone just brought you a blanket.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Oh my God.
It happened at you get like that. I was at a Bills.
I'm just picturing you standing there.
Dude.
All right, so we have Brendan Schaub on George Janko's podcast talking about the haters, talking about not using social media, not reading comments, you know, all the usual stuff. But there were a few good moments. Like, he did indirectly mention Mark Harley. Of course, he didn't say his name, but I'm pretty sure that's who he's referring to. It sounds like that situation because he mentioned a friend that he had that he gave a great opportunity to, and he blew it and he was ungrateful for it. So it sounds like he's talking about Mark there. And then he also talked a little bit about the LA comedy podcast scene and how it's changed since Joe Rogan's left. And then also it's pretty funny that George, he has on Schaub and he just had on Brian Callen a couple weeks ago. But it sounds like he's not really that familiar with them, which might be why Brendan wanted to go on the podcast, because he knew this guy wasn't going to bring up the truck walk or the Bobby Lee incident. You know, I remember when Brian was on there a couple weeks ago, Brian brought it up, and George had no idea about the whole Bobby Lee situation, which is funny because George had his own problem with Bobby Lee, if you remember that. But George, he just doesn't seem that familiar with the whole Joe Rogan comedy scene. Like, it sounded like he wasn't even too sure if Joe Rogan even did comedy anymore, and he didn't know Joe Rogan ever did a special.
So he does stand up still.
Rogan?
Yeah.
Oh, big time, dude. Yeah, like arenas. Yeah, he does stand
What
up.
a career, bro.
He does more stand up.
Imagine.
He does
I mean,
more
what do you
stand up.
imagine?
He does more stand up than anybody you know. Yeah, go to Austin.
Does he have? He doesn't have a special though.
He has like 9 specials, dude.
Joe Rogan has 9
Yeah, he probably
specials.
I think he has 3 on Netflix right now.
When did he?
He's been doing stand up for 30 years, but
Wait, when was his last special though?
2 years ago, probably 3 years ago.
And then also, it sounds like he thought that Brendan started fighting and comedy at the same time.
So you got into stand up and fighting around the same time?
No, I was fighting.
So it doesn't sound like he knows much about Brendan either, which I don't expect him to. But usually if you're interviewing somebody, you kind of do some research. But I think it might have made it better. Like, at one point, Brendan started talking about how he really wanted to get on Saturday Night Live. Like, that was his dream ever since he was a kid.
But my dream was to be on Saturday Night Live. Still is.
Really?
Still host Saturday Night Live. Yes.
How come you've never even tried to maneuver doing Saturday Night Live? You're definitely.
I think I need to get more famous. Like, they just had, you know, they have like Harry Styles doing it. You know, I think I got some more work to do.
It's funny, that thought was even too delusional for Brendan Schaub to do anything with. You know, you probably would have expected him to be like, you know, the schedule didn't line up or just wasn't the right time. I wasn't in New York City at any good times or something. But at least he showed some humility here. He's just like, yeah, I'm not famous enough. I couldn't do it. All right, so now let's get to the part where Brendan starts talking about Mark Harley. Of course, he doesn't say his name, but it's pretty obvious that's who he's referring to. You know, George, he starts talking about a friend that he had. He tried giving a great opportunity to. He said he was going to give him a lot of money, but the friend was ungrateful for it, and he turned down the offer. And George sounded like he was shocked by it. And Brendan's like, oh, yeah, I can relate to that.
He made it seem like it was insulting what I offered him.
Interesting.
And that shattered me.
Isn't that wild? When you realize how bad, like, I don't want to say he's a bad person. I don't know who you're talking about, but same thing. I've given people some opportunities, and where it goes south for whatever reason, they take no ownership of it, and then it's like, oh, he's a bad guy. I'm like, what? Are you kidding me? All that I did for you? And then
They paint you as the villain.
Yeah,
They would
shouldn't,
do-
George, you shouldn't though, because you know you're a good person. Look at all these people. Like, sorry, you know you're a good person, so I don't care. It's like, yeah, all right, that's your narrative, and you want to run with that. It's like,
It's not
go
that I
do
care.
that. This is
with the
exactly why
narrative.
you're not here anymore.
It's just that you were my brother, or you were my sister, or you were my cousin in my eyes. So it's like, in my mind, it's like, bro, like,
it hurts.
It's funny that Brendan's saying, like, oh, he just wasn't grateful. He doesn't realize all the stuff I did for him. When Mark is basically saying the same exact thing about Brendan. You know, Mark claims he's doing all this work, trying to help Brendan out, and he wasn't really getting paid well for it. And Brendan promised him this big podcast that never really happened. So these two were just bad for each other. They probably should have never really worked together. But I'm glad they did because the whole thing is hilarious. So also on this podcast, we have Brendan and George talking about how Joe Rogan, he's always helped comedians around him. You know, comedy, it used to be cutthroat and comedians were just competing against each other the whole time. But Joe kind of changed that by promoting other comedians a lot and bringing them on his podcast and giving them a huge audience. But now that Joe's left LA, Brendan claims it's back to how it was. Everyone just being competitive with each other.
You have a good friend group.
That's amazing.
Great supporting group.
It's awesome to see people that are very successful wanting to make other people successful. It's very weird because this industry does have a lot of people that are like, no, it's me, not you.
Rogan started that. So that's the culture I came up in. That's why I pay it forward, because Rogan started that with, you know, he'd bring Tom Segura. You look at the people he's brought on the road and made their careers, like Tom Segura opened up for Rogan, Joey Diaz,
Oh, wow.
Tony Hinchcliffe, monsters, dude. You know, so he would always put these guys on and have them on his shows, and he was like, "What's good for you is good for me," and he just built this supportive community, which in comedy it's never been done before.
Never.
Now that he left
Very
LA,
cutthroat
now that he
industry.
left LA, it's back to the old days.
Really?
Oh, it's crab mentality now. Yeah.
It's funny that one guy leaves and it just throws everything off. You know, Brendan could be using that as an excuse as to why his podcast isn't doing well, but I think there is some truth to that. You know, they needed Joe there. He needed to keep things in order. Like, just look at Brendan and the whole Andrew Schultz drama, like all that. They went to Rogan for an answer. It sounds like that's probably usually how it is. Like, if two comedians have a conflict, they go to Rogan and he gives the final decision, like he's the judge. So these people without Rogan, they don't know what to do. But I think that needed to happen. You know, it is good that Joe's so supportive and he's helped out so many of his friends. But I think a lot of them just take what they have for granted. You know, they get giant podcasts, they get a huge audience from Joe, and they're just kind of content with doing the same thing everyone else is doing. You know, you just start your own podcast, you go on other people's podcasts, and you don't really need to do anything new. The formula's already there. Like, all you have to do is just stay friends with Joe Rogan. So I think it's probably a good thing now if people are more competitive with it, because then maybe we'll get some more interesting content. Like, at least Brendan provides us with this whole, like, reality TV show aspect of it all, you know, with all the drama going on, everything behind the scenes. I think that's pretty entertaining, but I don't know how many more times people can listen to a comedian go on another comedian's podcast and talk about comedy. But let me know what you guys think about it all. Make sure you leave me a comment on this video, and make sure you go check out my Patreon account. I just posted another video there about Howard Stern and High Pitch Eric and all that stuff. I also posted a video about one of the worst Joe Rogan Experience episodes. So if you want to see any of that, go check it out. I'll put a link in the description, and then make sure you hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and I'll catch you at the next video.
So Steven Crowder went live with Russell Brand on Rumble yesterday, and he dropped a few bombshells on that show. One of them being the fact that he is signing with Rumble for Mug Club. I think that's a great decision. I think that his views definitely align with Rumble's views, and I'm rooting really hard for Rumble. I post on Rumble all my videos that I post on YouTube. I want to eventually start doing some Rumble exclusive stuff as well. And I think Steven Crowder is just, dude, it's another really big name with a really big influence going over to Rumble, and I think it's a great decision, not just for Rumble, but also for Steven Crowder, because their views align really heavily. He won't have to censor himself. He can do whatever he wants, say whatever he wants over on Rumble. And like I said, I'm rooting for Rumble. So I want them to get all these big names, like Steven Crowder, like Andrew Tate, like, Aiden Ross, Sneeko, all these other guys. I hope that
But obviously, the last 2 years, you've seen what's been happening with Bill Maher. Bill Maher's now like,
Yeah.
conservatives are like, Bill Maher, and he's doing such a great job, and he's doing this, he's doing that.
That's because they're clamoring, right? Think about
Yeah.
that for a second.
Yeah.
They're going, oh, Bill Maher says something even remotely conservative. Like, someone on the entertainment side? Because they're used to nothing but talking
Well,
points.
it's also very easy of him to say, I haven't changed, they've changed. That's his resounding narrative, which is actually true.
No, I think it's complete horseshit.
You believe
I
so?
think it's complete horseshit. Because, again, you're talking about in 2004, or when it was 2006, right, being banned. I remember being banned from, I think it was Marianopolis or it was Concordia, like getting into trouble, getting booed, having to be like escorted out of universities, having shows canceled because of things that were politically incorrect back then. And at that point in time, all the comedians said, you're just making a big deal. Up until not too long ago, Bill Maher was hitting those same talking points. So I do think that they left. I don't think the left left them. I do think that both the right have become more left and the left has become increasingly left. But if you look at the things that Bill Maher espoused not too long ago, it was left. It was left. It was significantly left from everything from, like, I think now, unfortunately, you have people revisiting the gay marriage topic. You know why? Because you have people going, hold on a second. We can't put kids on puberty blockers. Like, that's a bridge too far. But they're going, so everyone has a line. Now people have realized everyone has a line. And they're going, did the line have to be back there? I mean, I can't tell you how many people who used to be liberal have said, you know what, I just don't know where we stop this. And now kids are being taken away from their parents if they're not on puberty blockers. Sure. And I remember with Dave Rubin, who's a friend and he does my show, and I'd done a show quite a few times, and he was very surprised back in the day where he would say, like, I didn't leave the left left me, Stephen, that kind of thing. And he said, like, I know, like, you're more libertarian, like you support same-sex marriage. I said, no, I don't. He was surprised because when I see him, I give him a big hug. I see him, I have a lot of love for the guy. And I think a lot of people think that if you have an issue politically with the blurring of gender lines, it means you hate people. And I said, no, here's the deal. And I don't think it's a fair comparison to interracial marriage because I think that fundamentally black and white people as parents are interchangeable if they want to be present in their children's lives. In other words, I do not think that a black woman is incapable of providing to a child whom she loves what a white woman can as a mother. I said, but I don't think that two dads can provide what a mother and a father can. And I don't think that two moms can provide what a mother and a father can. I don't think that men and women are interchangeable as parents, as we could argue people of different races. And I think you're not going to like where this ends up, because to say they're interchangeable is to say that the gender issue, that the gender lines don't exist. And that's not a gay thing. That's going into whole new territory. And we're talking about that maybe in 2016, 2015, 2017.
With Rubin?
With Rubin.
Yeah.
He was surprised, and he was surprised, but he said, okay. And I said, now look, and you have to understand why marriage laws exist. I wish the government wasn't in the marriage business at all. But the reason why was because before federal government, before state government, they wanted self-governance, and they realized a nuclear family was the most important way to do that. That's why you have tax incentives. That's why you have the government recognizing mom and dad. And that's not the same with two dads, two moms. I think you should have civil unions, all of the same rights, but I said this is a slippery slope, and I think that saying men and women are fundamentally interchangeable will tug at that fabric of society, and I don't know who's pushing for that when we should all be agreeing on the civil union.
Where do those conversations end with Rubin?
They
Like when you,
really
when you do the
friendly.
hug and everything goes on?
He's a super sweet guy. Like, you're not going to find a guy like sweeter than Dave Rubin.
Yeah, he's awesome.
But I think they're surprised because I think you have to be like a Westboro Baptist Church person if you go, well, there are issues with the same-sex marriage thing.
And the beauty is that you can have your opinion. That's what people always think, like, he's right. No, you could have your opinion. You have your opinion. You stick by it. That's
So if you like this clip and you want to watch another one, click right here.
Hi, Rylan.
Hi. Hi, Mark.
Welcome back.
Yes, thank you for having me back.
Nice to see you again.
You as well.
Who's your friend?
So, this is my boyfriend, Isaac.
Hey, Isaac.
How are you?
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well, Mark.
So Isaac is not the kind of guy I would picture you with.
No,
At all.
not me either. I think.
So before we get into your relationship with Isaac, tell me what's going on in your life. Things have changed a bit for you, right?
So, from the last time we talked, things have changed quite a lot. I would say last time we talked, I was more lost and I didn't really understand life and what was really going on. I think in my own head, I was very, very depressed. But I started not drifting away from doing my sex work, OnlyFans, and all of that stuff, but I wanted to realize what makes me happy as a person. And I decided, like, I love art. I've been doing art since I was a kid, and I was like, I want a tattoo. I want to be a tattoo artist. Like, why can't I be a tattoo artist? Why not? Like, I did art for so long. I want to be a tattoo artist. So I got my own machine from Amazon. It was like a crappy little machine, like I would say like 6 months ago now. And I just started practicing on people. And then I slowly just got pretty good at it. And then now I'm in my own private tattoo studio and I tattoo full time. I mean, I still do OnlyFans and I cam now and stuff, but tattooing is like what I found makes my heart happy.
That's wonderful.
Yes.
That's great. You certainly have a portfolio of work all over you.
Yes, I got more since last time.
What have you done since last time I saw you? Tattoos.
Okay.
Did you? Somebody told me you slit your tongue down them.
Oh yeah. I didn't do that. Yeah, I didn't. My tongue was not split last time. So yeah, I got my tongue split. That was a big one. Like I can do a few tricks. So I did that, and then eyes have been the same. And then I literally got these tattoos under my face like two months ago, I would say now. It says life and death because I think those are the two most scariest things in the world. So I just was like, I really want that on my face, and I did it.
You feel like you have no regrets about doing any of this work.
I have no regrets to this day still about anything I've done. Like, everyone still says, you're going to regret this, you're going to regret this. I'm 23, about to be 24. I still don't regret anything I've ever done. And I just think, even he's told me everything happens for a reason. Everything's mapped out for you in your life. Like, everything that happens is supposed to happen. So, yeah, I can't look back. Because looking back is almost like regret. So, yeah, no regrets for me.
I think you probably enjoy breaking down people's assumptions about you.
Oh, I love it. I love breaking it down when, you know, people say I don't have a mom, a dad, or a career. Like, you know, I'll pull them into cameras and be like, I'm literally normal. I have all my family. Everyone is in my life. I'm happy and I'm blessed to have a life I have.
And I think people are so focused on your visual treat.
They don't want to look on the inside.
Your appearance. But a friend of mine picked you up at the airport when you flew in from Houston, and she was telling me how you're the exact opposite of who you appear to be, or who you would assume you would be.
Exactly. Yeah. She said that. She was like, I would expect a switch between y'all. Like, you would be the crazy one, and he would be like all tame. But no, it's totally opposite.
Yeah, you're a very sweet person, I think, once you get past the exterior.
Yes, I think so.
I was talking with Isaac before we started, and I asked him, like, so what do you see in a Rylan? And so I'll ask you that again on camera. What is it you see in a Rylan?
I think the first thing truly was just like the individualism of her. I know it takes like a lot of confidence to change yourself like that. I just find it like beautiful because it's like, one, it was like you had to put thought behind it. It couldn't just be done overnight. There's a lot of aftercare that goes on with like tattoos and the tongue splitting and stuff. So it's like a responsible thing that has to be done. So like immediately when I first saw her, it was more of like, I just got straight to the questions of like, what the fuck did you do? And then I think the conversation between us just went back and forth so naturally. Like she was answering the questions because she realized I was just curious.
Where did you guys meet?
We met at a bar downtown.
In Houston?
Yeah, downtown Houston. It just so happened to be like in the oldest elevator, second oldest elevator in Texas. Yeah, they were doing like a comedy show or something and we were trying to sneak away from it. And that was like the only area. And they were in there at first and I just like slammed my way in and then it was either deal with the comedy or force that, so I forced that.
It's just so weird though because we weren't even supposed to meet. Like the only reason we met is because I was tattooing my friend and she was hungry. And I was like, let me finish your tattoo, you can eat after. She's like, no, come eat with me, please. And then we went to eat at this underground food hall place in downtown Houston. And then after that, she was like, can we go get a drink? And I was like, oh, I don't really want to, but we did. And it was the bar that he was in. And then she knew him, and I didn't know that. Like, they knew each other, like, mutually. And he just came in the elevator when we were sitting there, and then we just stayed with each other all night, and we haven't left each other's side since. And that was like 6 months ago.
6 months ago.
Yeah.
I mean, it's interesting. I think Isaac sees through your exterior into who you really are.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I even asked him last night. I was like, why do you love me? Like.
She's asked me a couple of times.
Yeah.
And I think every time it's just a little more reassurance that maybe she finds it hard to believe, but I don't really find it that hard to believe. I think it's like the same way that she said, like, if you looked at her, you would assume that she was some way. If you looked at me, you would assume I was some way, but they're actually quite flipped.
Yeah.
Like when she says she has her, like she still has her family and stuff like that, you would assume she wouldn't, but on me, you might assume I did, which is opposite.
Yeah.
So I think like everything is kind of like a counterbalance. It's like, look, people look at you like this, but you have to understand there actually is people like this. So you can't really just come one way about it or be defensive or this or that. Like you have to be able to engulf.
You guys know those From Scratch series, right? Customize your village with a variety of login, baby.
Doing all right, everybody?
Yes, we're good, we're good. Okay, we're still a member. All right, great. Let's see what else we need here. Definitely with the T-bow. We'll take this, the assembler. I think we should be good to go. I gotta be quick, man. He's a Zuck Helmer, so he definitely has the advantage here on me. Oh yeah, my clicks are crispy, dude. This is an easy W. You f***ing suck.
Oh my god, we're actually in. Oh no, I'm at the Warriors Guild, dude. Where's my character? Okay, I don't even know what the hell I need for this, honestly. I'm gonna stunt on. Where is my gear? Okay. Alright, gear is coming in. I genuinely do not remember what I need for this. I have one brew in my bank. I have one brew. We're just gonna bring 3 doses. That's fine, that's fine. Gear coming in. I need blowpipe T-bow. Dude, I think he is way ahead of me, dude. This is so hard.
I'll do them right in front of you. That's my dream. That's my dream is to do this. Look at this hell house. Thank you for sending me this. 820 Prospect Ave, Zanesville, Ohio. We've got car accident lady's house.
I don't remember.
You make fun of me because of my accident. Cool. 80-inch TV above the closet. Nice. I love the dining room set too. This nice piece of shit yard sale worthless
thing.
thing.
Have you ever sat in something like that? It's terrible.
Yeah, I'd probably. Oh god, what a total fucking nightmare. Let's put pictures everywhere. A clock on the wall.
Make sure they're all small and just everywhere.
Yeah, just tons of little pictures and drapes and big giant
Standing
fucking
on your
moron
tippy toes
sofa.
to see your nephew when he was 6.
Yeah. Oh, I love that. Oh, good. More great tile work.
I feel like
you're describing Hollywood. You know, you're describing the problems with Hollywood. In Hollywood, when you make it, like if you're in a movie and you're doing well, everybody loves you. Oh, CoffeeZilla, come on through the red carpet. Let's go. CoffeeZilla is hot now. We want to put him in this movie, and they want to put him on this show. We want to do this. And then when you're not, no one wants to talk to you.
Doesn't that break you psychologically, though?
Of course, that's why they're all crazy. I mean, in Hollywood, it's even worse, right? Because you don't get to choose your own destiny. Like you've developed your own show and you've created your own thing. You haven't been chosen. In Hollywood, the problem is you're being chosen for everything. So you're being cast in these things. So you have to deal with people that approve you or pick you. So you're formulating your personality based on whatever the zeitgeist is, whatever the ideology of most of the producers are. Like if all of Hollywood was right wing, right? If all the producers and all the executives and all the studios were all very conservative and right wing, all actors would be conservative. They would all be pro-life. They would all be First Amendment, Second Amendment happy. They would all carry guns. It would be 100% compliance. The same way it is with left wing. They're not necessarily people that think that way. They think that way because that is the way to fit in and be successful. So you take people that already have this exorbitant need for attention, and then you bring them into an environment where they have to be chosen. So you have to figure out what gets me chosen. So you form your ideas and opinions based on what's going to be the most successful. It's a mating strategy.
It's weird because the fact you need to be chosen sort of makes you play the same game that you don't like, which is you have to go to the power brokers and you have to suck up to them the same way people suck up to you when you're successful. You have to go suck up to the successful people.
Yeah.
And now you're playing the same game where you're going to the people who are the decision makers and you're trying to woo them and pretend you're their friend.
That's why when those people do make it and they do get pushed through that red carpet, come on through, Tom Cruise.
they're all fucking crazy. And a lot of them treat other people like shit because they want to let you know that they're a part of the chosen class. So that's like this thing about certain celebrities being assholes to regular people. Like, why do they treat people like that? Well, the same reason why royalty does it. You know, like when you see the queen, you're supposed to bow. Like, this is how it goes down. That's why they became the queen in the first place. That's why they became a star in the first place. Because they want to be that person that just gets fucking exorbitant amounts of love and attention. It's very unhealthy.
And it's good, I think, that it's now becoming possible that you can be like a Mr. Beast or something and be not be in Hollywood. He's like in North Carolina or whatever.
Yes.
And he can just do his own thing. He can start his own, and he's as big of a brand as anybody.
Yep.
And it's like, it just doesn't matter. He doesn't have to like kind of play the same games. I think that is sometimes I think changes in technology are like neutral. Like it's like kind of like you win some, you lose some. I think that is a distinct change for the better, that we've kind of decentralized Hollywood a little bit. And it's like you can just start your own show. You're not. We talked about being subject to the gatekeepers, but even subject to that like kind of mentality of like everything's about success and fame. And that's the currency of Hollywood. But
Well, it's also the motivation. Like, what is the motivation to do it in the first place? A lot of the people that are in Hollywood, their motivation is purely for attention. Their motivation is purely to become successful and famous. Whereas his motivation seems to be to have fun and to do things with the money that is actually altruistic and good and beneficial and, you know, charitable. He's a really good guy. Like, that's one of.
Speaking of wars, the military is now doing this thing that it's done many times before. Recruitment in the military is off. Nobody wants to join the military right now because everybody has kind of sniffed out what's going on. Nobody really believes like anything that the government says about why the military does anything it does. So what tends to happen is when you have this like crisis, you basically have a ton of young people now that go, you know, I'll do other things. I'll get into crypto. I'll figure it out. I'll build a YouTube channel. I don't know. But nobody wants to be in the military anymore. So the military is now claiming that it is woke, that it's too woke. This is what the response is. That's why nobody wants to join. It's not because we've seen Afghanistan and Iraq and all of these things and everybody is fed up. It's because the military apparently is too woke, meaning that when you join it, I don't know what happens. They cut your dick off or... So the Army missed its recruiting goal by about 15,000 new soldiers in 2022, coming up about 25% short of its goal at a time when each of the services was struggling to meet their benchmarks. Military officials worry that all of the branches have had to reach deep into their pools of delayed entry applicants, which we know who that is, right? It's, you know, these are the people that really don't need to be in it. They don't add much. These are the people who we go, yeah, we'll let you in depending on how bad things get. But for now, go home. Like if you show up to the recruitment with your own battle plan drawn out and it involves your own town, they go, you go back home, keep doing stuff in the yard, do some sit-ups and push-ups in the yard, and we'll get you back when we need it. So the delayed entry applicants are like cops that I guess have been thrown out of the police force for shooting black people and, you know, just the people that show up and you don't want to take them right away. You go, you guys just, maybe they have medical things, you know, I have seizures, you go, whatever. So now we're going to have to start using them. Military recruiters have leaned on tried and true factors to explain the challenges, including low unemployment and a dearth of applicants up to physical, educational, and behavioral standards. Because remember, to join our military, you have to be a brilliant, good person who's never had any behavioral problems. But the truth is, I love this article, and this is from Military Times, because I get it. They're trying to, you know, this is okay. But the truth is, no one keeps detailed data on what's stopping America's youth from signing up. Yeah, I think people have, it's called 19 fake wars. Experts and senior military leaders point to the perennial factors of competition from the private sector and a dwindling number of young Americans, both qualified and interested in military service. But what they don't have too much information on is why the propensity is going down and whether the country is undergoing an ideological shift towards military service. One possibility, this is Senator Tommy Tuberville, a Republican from Alabama. Tommy Tuberville has figured it out. The military is too woke. And apparently, people that want to go die in foreign countries don't want to be woke. And they're afraid that if they join the military, instead of being immediately sent to their death, they'll be made to read literature about trans people. I don't know. So Tommy Tuberville says the military is too woke. For example, the Republican from Alabama, I believe, maybe Alaska, I think it's Alabama, for example, is among a group of Republican senators who have repeatedly blamed recruiting problems on the Biden administration for trying to build a woke army. The director of the National Defense at the Heritage Foundation, a conservative think tank, recently opined that wokeness is the, quote, chief worry of grizzled American veterans today. Is that true? Could that... Could that possibly be true? Listen to the word. Wokeness is the, quote, chief worry of grizzled American veterans today. You know, how many people get back from these wars and kill themselves because they don't have, like mental health care? They have suffering from PTSD. They can't be employed because they try to get a job as a security guard at McDonald's, but they're trained in the military. So no matter what happens, they start being overly aggressive and like grabbing people. And they're like, whoa, calm down. But their chief problem, suicide, not it. Drug and alcohol abuse, not it. The chief problem, if you are a grizzled American veteran, I love the word grizzled. Grizzled American veterans, meaning people who've seen and done things, it's like, that haunt them. Their main wokeness is the main problem. Quote, the largest threat they see by far to our current military is the weakening of its fabric by radical, progressive, or woke policies being imposed, not by a rising generation of slackers, but by the very leaders charged with ensuring their readiness. Wokeness in the military is being imposed by elected and appointed leaders in the White. And I don't even, by the way, what is the wokeness in, does this go dead? Does it say anything about what the wokeness is? What is the wokeness? If you join, how gay has the military gotten? I haven't been paying attention, but how woke is, okay, in reality, service members spend hundreds of hours a year on mandatory training, covering everything from operational safety to financial responsibility and suicide and sexual assault prevention, with a tiny fraction of that focusing on diversity, equity, and inclusion education. So I'm wondering what exactly in the military is super woke. I know that they're bringing in new programs, I guess, but what is, I think one of them is just let's keep the assault down, because there's a lot of sexual assault. So they're just keep it. They're cutting back on rape. Yeah, well, that's woke. But I think that, I don't know, are they doing drag shows in the do they do drag queen story hour in the barracks? Do these guys have to sit through? I'm trying to, in my head, wonder, what exactly the woke military is. I could be wrong. By the way, if you're in the military, let me know that I could be wrong. Tell me what happened. Tell me what so offended you that was going on in the military. I don't know. Wait, hold on. This is a picture of a woman. This might be getting it. Here's a picture of a woman. She's on the ground. She's wearing a COVID mask. Okay, this is heading in the woke direction. Maybe I'm wrong. This is the point in the show where I go, perhaps I'm wrong. A U.S. military academy cadet practices physical training at the Army Combat Fitness Test during cadet basic training at West Point. Okay, so it's a woman. It's a picture of a woman, and she's, okay. But what seems to incense people is that the issue of racial disparity is discussed at all, not that it's truly cutting into time spent on training. So I guess they're doing some more the race classes. When Marine Corps Reserve Colonel Matthew F. Amadon, Director of Veterans and Military Families at the George W. Bush Institute, well, he did a lot for the confidence in the military, wrote a commentary arguing that veterans to help during the recruiting process by recommending military service to their kids and other young people. Military Times is inundated with hundreds of emails from veterans saying they would do no such thing. Their reasons are varied, but most said wokeness is to blame. Their reasons are varied. Many of the people we sent to kill people in the fake war that we didn't really pay, and they won't have their kids and grandkids do it, and their reasons are varied, but most said wokeness. Interesting. They accuse the military of becoming too political or a social experiment. I'll be blunt. I wouldn't encourage anyone to join today's armed forces, and I discouraged both of my sons from considering serving, wrote Peter Dimas, who described himself as a third-party generation veteran. Quote, America's military leaders have been sold out the services for their own advancement and reflect all the poorest qualities of civilian leadership. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. But what is going on? Can you find anything about, like, an example of, like, the military going crazy with wokeness? Because with a woke military, because there is something here. Something's going on. Oh, you know, I think they're overblowing it. But there's something that this is based on, and I just can't. I don't know what it is. I know there's women in the military, there's gay people in the military, there's trans people in the military. So we know that. But I'm wondering what exactly is so over the top. Maybe they're just teaching these annoying classes. And it's like you should have a cohesive unit. You shouldn't have like this weird equity and inclusion. I don't even know why you're all going to die, and we're sending you to die, and we don't even really know why. Soon it's for the Ukraine. So with a woke military whose most senior officer is concerned about white rage, he's a little bit of a clown, that guy. I've seen him. He likes attention. That's that general who's always like, I want to know why white people. He's like auditioning for an HBO Max like comedy special. He's like, I want to know why. It's just this guy. I forget his name, but he's a big general, and he's very critical. And he's like, I want to know why white people hate. I want to know why my people hate. And like they love him. The New York Times, like everybody frames him up on the cameras. You're like, he's great. So here we go. This is what they're talking about. With the woke military's most senior officers concerned about white rage, searching for a tattletale process is to discover and discharge white extremists. They want to discharge white extremists from the military. Blaming it on toxic masculinity, discharging real warriors for not getting vaccinated. Disagree with that. They should not have done that. That's so stupid. Having a 2-day stand down to discuss white extremism, that seems in itself extreme. The promotion and expansion of women in combat. Yeah, just put them in there. See what happens. Some of them will be okay. Lowering physical fitness standards to accommodate naturally weaker women. Well, you know, if you want to be in the military and you're a woman, let them in. And yeah, they're not going to be able to do the same things men do, but they can kill children. Women can kill babies, right? I mean, I don't think it's a problem. Recruiting with social justice and diversity ads. So I don't know. Listen, I get it. It gets a little annoying if you signed up in the military and you're like, listen, just let me at least here, let me just fight and die and don't annoy me, which I agree with. Like, stop with the diversity, inclusion. Like, everybody in the military is the same. They've all joined. Many of them didn't have other options. You don't have to divide them along the lines of race or sex or whatever you're doing. Just let them all go and fight in the Ukraine. They don't have to. I don't know. Pregnant women are going to fight our wars. It's a mockery of the U.S. military. Who said that? Tucker? Tucker Carlson said that?
In my area, well-known media host out of the Madison, Milwaukee, Green Bay media market, widely listened to. They were shadow banned on Twitter. There's some very prominent doctors in the area that didn't agree, perhaps, with everything CDC or NIH said, that were banned.
Oh, I don't watch Seinfeld. Seinfeld is Jewish humor for goys. I've maintained this since day one.
Huh. That's a fair critique.
I thought
Yeah,
the
I'm gonna die on
Holocaust
that
was
hill.
Jewish humor.
I'm saying, we wouldn't, I hate to say, but we really wouldn't be anything without the Holocaust. We
The
would
Jews?
we would just be the Irish.
The
Actually,
Shoah.
the Irish are like weirdly funny. They
Yeah.
are for a bunch of like bunk ass white people from Northern Europe.
Yeah, they are funny.
They have like so many great comics, such as
George Carlin.
Nick Mullen.
The other guy.
Bill
Michael
Burr.
Rappaport.
Michael Rappaport.
Michael Rappaport. Colin Quinn's good. That's an Irish guy.
Yeah, he was.
You know
he's
who
the
could
SNL
kind of get it still?
Who?
Dave Attell.
Who's that?
He just did,
I'm
like,
gonna
a stand-up
look up
special.
this
How do you
guy.
not know
You
who
would
this is?
probably.
I know who Colin Quinn is. I'm
How do you
just
not
being-
know who David Tell is?
You would know. Look him up, and you would. Kind of hot. He seems like he
he's-
has demons.
Dave Attell is Jewish and 5'9" and from Queens. That's my ideal man up
That's
here. He's
bald,
very hot.
too.
Yeah, and a bald asshole.
That's great.
He's still around. He hangs out. You can
I
catch
just
him
dropped my phone
almost
because I'm
any
so
night of the
horny.
week at the Comedy Cellar.
I've never
Rockaway
gone to the
Park, whatever
Comedy
the fuck.
Cellar. Should I start?
Nah. Yeah, comedy sucks.
Why does Louis keep going there?
It was so funny, dude. He thought he could come back and it just completely backfired. Some girl was at the show and she was like, Louis came on stage and
Kaiser?
immediately I knew that every woman in the show felt raped. I could sense that we were all being raped. We all reacted exactly like I did, and all of the men were thinking, good, rape is good. I love rape, and they showed their true colors by not
And
beating
then they all
up
took their dicks
yeah,
out.
right, and beat off in front of us.
I mean,
didn't
I think
even
he should.
know
come back,
women
but-
went to comedy shows.
Of course they do.
They would go as bachelorette parties and ruin shows. That was the only time women would like independently go to a comedy show. And they would sit there and after every joke be like, "It's her birthday."
You should have just did a male stripper routine. Whipped
Yeah.
it out.
Okay.
Next time.
That's clearly what they were
That's
angling
mostly
for.
what
Women go to
happens in-
comedy, chuckle fuckers, they're called.
Yeah.
That's like
Not-
groupies for
Yeah,
comedy.
yeah,
The women that fuck Stavros, just severely mentally disabled women. They go to shows. And they're like, he's like a big teddy bear.
Stav actually looks like the Buddha.
Yeah.
Big time, yeah.
Yeah.
Very zen, very
He's
peaceful.
basically
look at his
Asian.
eye, tiny
It's like
penis.
more like a rotting pumpkin.
And he has that cryptic kind of like laugh.
Mm-hmm.
He's basically an Asian icon.
Yeah. Well, I when we went to Japan, I thought they'd treat him as a deity.
And
But
they
don't.
didn't.
Oh, they did.
no.
They didn't. They didn't.
I
'cause
thought
the
me
Japanese
and
hate
Stav
everybody.
both would be better received in Japan.
Yeah.
But all I got was groped by that businessman.
Yeah. I did enjoy how much they hated me. Oh, yeah. Here, let's go. Let's check out what's trending on Twitter.
There we go. Nanette's back in the news.
Nanette's back in the news.
She said that no men should talk
Yeah.
ever.
Yeah, I
not
thought
just not just the
she
ones
goes,
who
she goes,
raped.
"I mean the bade, you know, she's like talking about how good men aren't supposed to speak about bad men or whatever, that we should only be hearing from women. And then she, to make her point, she goes, you know, it's kind of like white people shouldn't be talking about black people. It's because black people should be. It's like, well, isn't that what you're doing right now?
But I think she's right. Everybody should shut up.
Everybody should shut up. But her whole thing is like, you know, good men talk about themselves where they draw a line in the sand that separates them from the bad men. And then
Mhm.
she makes a point about race where she's drawing a line in the sand where she's somebody that
Gotcha.
knows better
I
than
mean, she
the-
basically is mansplaining because she's a butch lesbian.
She looks like a man, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't-
What? So she was giving these remarks at some sort of gala.
Mhm.
But you liked Nanette.
I didn't agree with anything she said, but it seemed sincere in a
But
way
you-
in
Yeah.
a way that a lot of stand-up isn't.
You liked her
Sure.
kind of like messianic fervor.
No, I liked the sincerity of it. I didn't think that it was, you know, it was different. And I've watched a lot of stand-up specials. A lot of them are boring. I did think it wasn't. It like there's plenty of like woke bullshit comedy, and I mean like I didn't think Nanette was funny, but I did think it was like honest and different. And yeah, I didn't hate the special.
It wasn't as cynical as some other woke comedy.
Right, exactly. It
yeah.
didn't seem like she was just doing this because she was trying to cash in on a moment. In the same way that Armageddon is in the Criterion Collection, that you need to have like one good example of every type of thing in a medium, and I think that Nanette represented the best example of sincere woke comedy that's like trying to make a point, whereas like the vast majority of that shit, I think is cynical and shitty.
Right. The Rock is on the Criterion Collection as well.
Is it? That's interesting that they put both of them in there.
I can't wait until that The Rock, the actor movie about like the Grenfell Towers, but for like luxury Chinese people, is in the Criterion Collection. I'm always like creeped out by these Nanette people who like bang the war drum about men and feminism and stuff, and then like suck the teat of the very same system that they're criticizing.
You mean suck Harvey Weinstein's dick?
Yeah.
Yeah. It was funny. I watched a bit of Double Jeopardy last night.
Uh-huh.
The
With Ashley Judd, yeah.
And she is such a bad actress. It's like, oh yeah, of course you got, of course.
What, she got Me Too?
Yeah. Well, no, she has a Me Too story.
Harvey made Judd a big star too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And like, so what is she
Who's really
bitching
getting
about?
It's more like
Yeah.
Ashley Chud after I found that out, right? What is Chud? I don't know what Chud is.
It means like 4chan users.
Nanette is like, you can file her under people whose politics are she's mad because she's ugly. That's all that is. If she was as hot as Tig Notaro. Just kidding.
Like, again, the point is kind of dumb, but the special itself didn't bother me. This gala comment is dumb, though.
Sorry, this is like the master's house and the master's tools. So wait, who should not be speaking, good men or bad men?
Basically, only Hannah Gadsby gets to speak.
Yeah. Well, it's also, it's like,
men.
it's not, there's nothing like novel or unique about the thing that she's saying. It's something you see on Twitter every single day.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like girls who send you and the Chapo guys nudes complaining about how men are like toxic oppressors. Yeah, that category of people.
I've never really given a shit about like representation, just because I think like entertainment in general is bullshit and doesn't really have any kind of impact. I've seen plenty of things that are like predominantly black, and I don't think twice about it. It's like it doesn't affect me in any way if they change like the cultural landscape of who's in whatever shitty, prestige show I'm watching. But watching Double Jeopardy, you do forget how like in love with upper middle class white America entertainment was just like 20 years ago. This opening scene, it's these like rich white people on a sailboat like having middle-aged bitey sex with each other, and you're supposed to be like,
it's like
wow,
Michael Douglas.
they're so in love, and it's disgusting.
Well, I mean, that's like the definition of like aspirational. That's what it was. It's like the I forgot who said this, but it's like the Bushes as like a ruling class were aspirational,
Yeah, who wrote that this week?
Oh, Ross Doohat.
Oh yeah, that was it.
Do guys.
I'm too like brain dead and like caffeined up to come up with an idea of why this is all bad now. But like back then you had like actual good black programming like Martin and the Fresh Prince, and now it's like I heard
the thing is, it's like I do kind of see where you're getting at, where it's like, because there was that like call for like like that Lindy West thing about like give me the confidence of a mediocre white man, and then we kind of made room in media for like all of these mediocre people of other
mediocre women and people of color.
But I think that's like it may seem that way, but overall everything is worse. Like SNL is much shittier than it used to be. Movies
It's the
suck.
worst it's ever been.
It's really
all TV shows are garbage. No one knows how to create anything. Millennials are the least talented generation of all time. There is no good art that millennials are creating. There's not going to be like, as much as people shit on boomers for, I don't know, the environment, they did create a lot of like great mass media,
stuff,
great entertainment.
But Nick, I feel
That's
about
because there's too much content.
I look at like the success of like our podcast, and it's like it shouldn't work this way. You know what I mean?
it shouldn't. No, we should just all band together and have one giant podcast.
Yeah,
It's like 18 people. It's like a credit union for podcasting.
$6 million.
And Charles Reinhardt is the mastermind behind everything.
No, but
Who is
Charles Reinhardt?
I literally, who is Charles Reinhardt? I have no clue.
He's literally a guy that shows us how to use QuickBooks sometimes.
Okay. Oh, he's the accountant. Okay. We need to get.
Not even an active accountant, like a guy that we met at a barbecue that like helped me set up an LLC 2 years ago.
He's a CIA psyop, Nick. You don't have to gloss over the details.
Oh yeah, he's also.
But okay, but so here, but I feel about like Lena Dunham, who's like the uber millennial, like you feel about Nanette. Like I think that actually when she started, she was pretty talented and funny, and she kind of like watered herself down. And then I was recently watching that show that it's like an HBO show, Insecure, which is like girls for black people.
Yeah.
And I was like, this is insufferable. It's like black actors LARPing as black people.
I watched the pilot of
demo.
Insecure, and the impression that I got, it really feels like a TV show that was written by a comedian that felt like they needed to write a TV show, because like every part of it felt like it was just a vessel for whatever shitty one-liner was coming.
Right, exactly. It feels like a TV show that was written by an algorithm. But overall, like, that's the other thing. It's like, kind of touched on this before after you guys went to Japan. Sorry, that's Adam stomping through the living room because he's like jealous that Nick is on. No, but it was like, there's this idea that like we live in like a white supremacist and misogynistic society, which is like so far from the truth, because like, look at, you want an
but it's like
ethno-state, go
that
to
Chris
Japan.
Rock bit about like who's the guy that signs Oprah's checks. You know,
it's Oprah.
Well, no, I mean, wait,
No.
whose checks is it? I guess you're right. Oprah's probably the only black person that has any real power.
Right.
You know the Chris
Or in
Rock bit
Ben
I'm talking about.
Carson.
Who signs Ben Carson's
Yeah,
check?
who signs Ben Carson's
Alien.
checks? I think the representation thing is like kind of a distraction and a throw a dog a bone sort of thing.
But these arguments, which are like always fought on Twitter by the media class, are always talking about how culturally, on the cultural level, we're like a misogynist and white supremacist society, which absolutely not on the cultural level. Yes, totally on the economic level. But like culturally, like women and minorities have never had more of a voice. And look what it's given us, nothing. Everyone's just as bad off.
Sucks.
Mhm.
Yeah. We should just really consider the Chinese model.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I mean, I tell you,
They probably have
maybe
some
it's
good
just because
TV
of
shows.
how bad Double Jeopardy was. But like going back and watching that last night, it's like it's kind of nice not to be locked into a world of that kind of entertainment anymore.
Yes, that's
Like just every movie is about
I
like
wish
a
I
family from the Bay Area that has a golden retriever.
Yeah.
And then the mom's like, she has breast cancer, and even their billions of dollars can't save her kitties. And it's like, you know, I don't care about.
I wish that there were more erotic thrillers.
Yeah.
That was something that came out of that era that
too.
now is like
gone.
You guys should watch
thrilling.
Double Jeopardy. She is so bad in that movie.
Okay, I will.
Like
She's a terrible actress.
That's the one where she fakes her death. Or
No, the husband fakes his death. I could only watch like 10 minutes of
Because
it.
double jeopardies, you can't be charged.
Yeah,
for
it
the
can't be
same crime
charged twice. Or like her husband fakes his death or something, and then he comes back and she kills him. And like they're like, well, she already went to jail for killing him. She can't kill him twice, which is like,
cool.
yeah, that's how the law works.
Double Jeopardy is a
Yeah.
documentary.
The law is just a series of loopholes.
Yeah, it's just like there's like 3 scenes in a row where first she wakes up and the husband's murdered, and she's like, I can't breathe. My husband's dead, and then she's fine. It's like jump cuts to like her just fine. The next day, wearing a different nice outfit, and the police are like, well, we reviewed the evidence and it looks like it's a murder. And she's like, I can't breathe. You know, and then
She's the one who started Nasty Woman, too. That was her.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I think that's just a disgusting thing to say.
and rock for the uterus or whatever.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the. I have gray in my hair. I gotta stop. I went to the hairstylist today to get the gray out, and I walked in and just immediately laughed because I could see that it was gonna be a horror, and you like West Hollywood salons, or it's like a lot of very peppy gay men and very like brain dead women and gay men. It's like that unholy alliance of gay men and very stupid women.
Yeah.
And everyone's very perky, and I just said I can't even do this. So, but I'm taping a special on Saturday, and I wanna look like I'm 17 years old. So I want to get some of the gray out because I have nice hair, but it's gray. It becomes a problem.
You have a great head of hair.
It's all I have. It doesn't matter. You know what I mean? It has no effect. It's like I have nice eyes. You know what I mean?
You do.
Yeah.
You're
great.
a handsome guy.
That's lovely.
You
I
are.
do well with older women and lesbians.
I find myself attracted to you, which is
Yes,
weird.
I know. And, Maureen at True TV always wanted to fuck, and, it's always like, okay, I'm good. Jessica Kirsten is the funniest woman in America. I really believe that.
Oh, that's so
Everyone, Rogan and me, we all talk about it. You are. And we just saw you destroy at the Laugh Factory. You destroy everywhere you go. If you're not following Jessica, you should. It's at Jessica Kirsten on Twitter. It's very fucking simple. It's very easy. And she's on the road all the time. You're on the road, and we were just talking about the hell that the road is.
It's horrific.
Yeah.
It's a nightmare. It's a fucking. I mean, it's why I do it because I'm a miserable fucking person. So it's very familiar for me.
You get into a good rhythm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think I'd be okay if I wasn't doing that because it would be just boring.
Well, it's also we're addicts.
Yeah.
And addicts love like a depressing hotel.
Oh yeah. Horrible coffee. It tastes like urine.
Yeah.
Or ass juice. Urine's actually would taste better than
Right.
what the coffee tastes like.
Yeah, there's something about a nice depressing hotel. There's something about standing on the side of the road and just watching cars pass by.
Yeah.
That there's something soothing about that to people that are very fucked up. And like you said to me, how many bags do I bring? Because I'm going away for a month. I'm like, I don't bring any. I just go to the DXL, the fat store, and I buy 3 black 3XL shirts, and sometimes I just throw them out.
I just picture you like just
Yeah.
throwing them just on the street.
No,
Like,
I look like a terrorist when I get on the plane because I have nothing. I mean, I have nothing, and I look like a guy that's on the brink of something, so they kind of size me up. They literally sometimes will go, "That's all you're bringing?" I go, "Yeah." And then I just have to drive in the fat store. DXL is always 30 to 40 minutes out of a city because they're ashamed of it, as they should be. So they put it so far out into the suburbs, you have to drive 30 minutes. It's not even in the suburbs, in something called the exurbs, which is like 45 minutes out. That's the new term for it, where it's so far out that you have to keep driving past all the Paneras and, and then you get there finally. And you get the 3 shirts, and then you wear them and you throw them out, or you bring them back, or whatever.
What if you're in like Europe or something? Do they have like fat stores?
Let me tell you right now, I will wear one outfit. I don't know what to do. No, I'm gonna have to pack for Europe. But the thing
You
is,
have to pack for Europe. I
I'm
think.
not gonna be home before Europe, so I have to buy clothing and luggage.
Well, they
on
might
the-
have like a Bed Bath and Beyond. You can get like curtains or something. You
Yeah,
get-
no, I'm gonna go to Europe and. I will not be able to purchase anything.
Yeah.
So I have to then like cover myself. You've been doing comedy a long time.
Yeah, I started in '99, so I've
Yeah.
been in this nightmare of a situation for
Right.
23 years.
When you started, were people smoking in comedy clubs? Was it that type of environment? What kind of environment was it?
No, they weren't smoking, but they were laughing, and you could say anything you wanted.
Right.
I started during that time.
That time.
Yeah, when
People-
you were free to say whatever you wanted.
Yeah, people came to laugh.
Yeah, and they didn't think about every joke.
Right. Now they analyze.
Yeah, now I say something, and there's this moment of like, is it okay to laugh at that?
Right.
So. Yeah, but you see what I do. I just plow through
You
it,
don't
and
care.
you either laugh or you don't. You know,
That's why everybody respects you. Is you just don't give a fuck.
I do it a little bit, but I don't. I just have to just do it, and it's like whatever happens, happens.
You
at
gotta
this
just
point.
go.
I'm barely functioning, so
I now go up at places. Sometimes I go up in rooms where people don't know me. I've had the luxury of going up in a lot of rooms where people know me now because
Yeah.
they come to see me. It's so much more fun. And then I go out and I say something, and then there's like a soccer mom who's like, you know what I mean, and who thinks she's an environmentalist because she has a Tesla. Never mind where that lithium ion comes from. Whatever, who cares? But they make the face. They do the whole thing, and it's like, and I'm not even attracted to women. So for me, I have no, there's nothing there.
Yeah.
I go, we're on a bad date. And it will end soon enough, and then we'll just be done with it.
yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, people have completely lost their minds. We were just
Yeah.
talking about that, especially here in LA. I mean,
Yeah.
we're both sober, and I feel like I've taken 70 drugs,
Yeah.
things that aren't even. I don't know what's going
Yeah.
on.
Well, people here in LA will say they're sober, but they do all of the drugs.
They're on crack. I
Right.
said that to you. Like people will say, "I'm California sober." I'm like, "You're on crystal meth. You're literally just shot up."
People will tell you they do shrooms, and none of the people doing shrooms are having any of the revelations you'd hope they'd have.
Yeah.
Like none of these people are like progressing in any area of their life.
No.
They're taking shrooms, they're going to Joshua Tree, they're sitting out under the stars.
Yeah.
And I don't know what's happening. I don't know if they're taking DMT and the aliens are appearing. I don't know if they're arguing with the aliens, or the aliens are like, here's the way it is. And they're like, well, actually, I don't know what's going on, but none of it is were you ever tempted to be like, oh, I can be sober but do psychedelics?
No,
Right.
to me, being sober is sober. I
That's right.
can't do anything because it always leads to other.
That's right.
If I start smoking pot, I'm gonna suck a guy's cock on the
Right.
street corner and like, I mean, and I'm gay. Like
Right,
it's not. This is not good. I can't do anything. It's not a good situation, no matter
Yeah.
what. I can't do anything.
But there's struggles. The struggles are food.
Everything.
Everything's a struggle.
I'll do anything. I'm
Sex,
a garbage
everything's a
can.
struggle.
Yeah, I'm out of my mind.
Everything's a struggle.
Yeah.
When
yeah.
did you get sober?
I mean, I've been in and out for years,
Right.
but there's been times when I've had, 6 years at a time, 8 years at a time.
Right.
But again, anytime I thought I could do a little something.
And what usually gets you? Like, what's the thing that
Pot. So
pot.
that's why I'm saying, like, people that say I'm sober.
I've done that with cigarettes. I've quit cigarettes 30 to 40 times in my life.
Really?
Yeah, I was 6 years off them once.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But cigarettes are tough. It's very tough.
It's brutality.
Yeah.
And they're not even fun. Here's the thing about cigarettes. They're disgusting.
Yeah.
They smell bad. You feel horrible. When you don't smoke, you feel so much better.
Yeah.
But it's one of the greatest products because they can raise the price of it. They tell you it kills you in 19 different ways. And no matter how long, like I used to be 5 years without a cigarette and I'd see somebody smoking a cigarette and I go, damn.
I know.
Damn, that looks good.
Everyone misses them. It's a very oral thing. It's calming. It's tough. That was the hardest. Believe it or not, I think that was the hardest thing I ever had to quit.
It was very hard.
Very hard to quit.
It was very hard, and I don't. Now, thank God, now I don't do it. But
I know. I'm
because
really,
in LA,
I'm
I
really
can- I
proud
can-
of you. I'm proud of you for quitting this
I
time.
have said to people in LA, I don't smoke cigarettes anymore while smoking a cigarette, and they've looked at me and went, "Good job, man."
Yeah, because they're so self-involved. They're not even noticing that you're smoking. 'Cause They're
Right.
disgusting.
That's kind of the benefit of living here. You lie to each other's faces, and everyone believes it.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
you can say I don't drink anymore while you're downing a beer, and people are like, "That's great." So happy for you. I could face fuck myself with
Yeah.
like a donut and be
Yeah.
like, "I don't eat sugar," and they're
Yeah.
like, "That's great," with like powder all over my
Yeah.
face. No one listens to anyone here. It's not. They're not even.
Nobody's even paying attention.
No.
What do you think makes us addicts?
Well, I don't know. I
Is
mean,
it
I think
nature? Is it nurture?
I think it's a lot of things. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I was born this way. I mean,
Right.
I'm from a family of food addicts, so
I'm from drunks. I'm Irish Catholic. We're
Yeah.
from drunks. We're from repressed sexuality. I have an aunt who, has never been with a man and she
Dyke.
wears men's shoes. And you know what I mean? Not because she's a lesbian, because they're more comfortable, And, and
She wears a strap
Yeah, she had
on.
like a special friend in college. They were very close. So it's like
men's shoes is my favorite.
yeah, no, I mean she walks around the house like storming around in like men's shoes. So we come from these places that have my mother's a schizophrenic, but now the country has caught up to her.
Yeah.
Like we locked her up 20 years ago, but now everyone is kind of saying what she said for years.
Wow.
So it's like I talk to regular people and they say things similar to what my mother has said because the country has now become kind of schizophrenic too.
It is
Yeah.
totally.
So
Yeah.
we should let her out.
You should let her out.
I
She'd
said
fit
just
right
let her
in.
out. She'll be fine. Just send her to the Capitol and buy her a fucking Viking hat. Send her in there.
She'll shit on the desk and it'll be
she
totally
doesn't care.
normal. Yeah.
What is your, because a lot of people call me and they go, or not call me, but they message me and they go, what is the best way to get sober? I did AA for a while. I should go to more meetings. I don't really go to too many meetings. What is the best way, in your estimation, to change your life from being a drug addict or an alcoholic or a food addict or whatever to being sober?
Kill yourself. No, I hate jump in front of a car. No, this is honestly,
Yeah.
I hate.
It's a hard question.
I hate saying this
Yeah.
because it's annoying, but the program is the only way that is.
It
worked for
really
me.
is the only way.
And I'm a
You're
child
right.
of a therapist. I've been to every single therapy, every fucking therapist, done everything. And it always comes back to that. It's the only way for me that's
Yeah.
worked.
No, you're right.
And I also think, being honest and working with other alcoholics and helping people and getting out of my own head because I'm a selfish motherfucker. Yeah, it's a lot of things, but working the program and working the steps has been the only way I've been able to stay sober. And I've tried a lot of other things. I've tried doing it on my own. I've tried everything. I'm the most sane when I work another program, and work a program, and
Right.
and I hate saying that because I hate having to have something that helps me. Like I have to do that.
See, Ben was lucky because he didn't need the program. I'm the program for him.
Yeah.
So it's very lucky. Sometimes people have a mentor that comes in. Not everyone is lucky enough to have someone like me who's relentlessly positive and life affirming.
Oh, Ben, you're so lucky.
Yeah. It's a real treat. But I mean, what happened to the doctor the other day? He said to you, he took all your blood. He said you're healthy. And then what did he say?
Well, I am low on vitamin D, he said.
All right.
I'm deficient on that. But he said my biggest health risk is just relapsing.
Yeah.
He goes, don't look up the numbers on it, but the rate of relapse is severely high.
Yeah, doctors are always positive here.
Very high. Are you
Yeah.
sober, Ben?
I am sober. 4 years.
Wow, that's great.
Mhm. Tim helped me.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah. It's a fun, it's an AA meeting every day here.
If you guys don't work the program, you must be at each other's throats sometimes.
We're not at each other's throats. There's a lot of tension. We should work the program. That's something we should do more. I did the steps. I did everything.
Yeah, it works.
It does work. It's good, especially in early sobriety and even long-term sobriety. You have to do it.
Especially in long-term sobriety,
That's
because
right.
you get, once you're comfortable,
You
then
get cocky.
yeah, exactly.
And you go, it'll be okay. And especially in this business that we're in, it's people tend to be.
Yeah. There's good support with comics. There's a bunch of sober comics, and there's a very big support system, and it's helpful because this business is just makes me want to, shoot up heroin into my anus. Makes me want to put a needle in my asshole.
You have a beautiful wife who's lovely. Who
Thank
I've met.
you. Yeah, she's great.
And you have children. What's it like raising kids in this world?
I'm never home, so I don't even raise them. So
Right.
it's really
It's a great
as long as
system.
they're attractive. That's all I care about.
Yeah. Yes.
Thank God they're pretty. I have 4
Right.
daughters, and they're all stunning. Thank God, because
Right.
I really
One of your daughters, amazing singer. I mean, these are
Thank
talented
you.
people.
Yeah, Zoe is almost 16. She goes to. We live in Long Island, so I love
Yeah.
that connection to you.
Yeah.
And she goes to the school for performing arts there half the day.
Yeah.
She's an amazing actress and singer.
Do you ever like worry about her getting into the business? Just
Yes, but she does. They don't get as affected by the rejection and shit. She's pretty, and she has an agent. She's with Buckwald, and she auditions all the time. I mean, she does get bogged down by it, but she's pretty good with it. But yeah, of course, it's and there's so many girls that look. She's a stunning, dark hair, blue eye. Like there's
Yeah.
a lot of girls that look like her, and a lot of stuff is going to other girls now. That's the truth. It's
right.
So there's that, and then I have a 6-year-old daughter, and I have twin 3-year-olds. I have 2 baby mamas. It's fucking crazy.
It's wild.
Yeah.
And do you get along with both of them?
I do. I mean, I'm lucky. I have a good situation. I can't believe I have all these kids. I never thought I'd have one kid, but I couldn't say no.
Now, did you do surrogate? Did you do?
We did in vitro. So each of them, my ex Shari had Zoe, and then Danielle, my current wife, had Isabella, Madison, and Charlotte.
And you've had none of them.
No, I would never have a kid. I'd feel like I was like, I'm very male in a lot of ways. So
Right.
I've never for 1 second thought of carrying a child. Like I would feel like I was an alien.
I
in
think
me.
all day about being implanted and carrying a child.
Really?
Yes, I think it's an inevitability that I get pregnant and have a child.
Wow.
I
could see you being pregnant.
No, I really like the idea. I like the idea of being entitled and angry and having cravings and calling Ben at 3 a.m. and go, get me pickles. And, he goes like, I buy all these dumb houses and shit and stuff. I don't even live in them. And it's just because I'm an addict. So I just love real estate. And I just love realtors and going in and out of houses, going to open houses. We go to open houses. That's our AA. And but it's also good to put money in play because my business manager will steal, and I mean he's a sweetheart, but he'll steal.
Yeah.
And I think he's pretty. You know, I mean, the first time we met him, he'd come from Five Guys. He had mustard on him. I said, "Oh, he'll take our money as soon as we have enough of it." You know, he's talking about racing NFT horses. I mean, he's on the ledge.
Yeah.
And so what you know, but that's something like, you know, Ben always tells me, like, don't do this, you don't need this, you're not even gonna enjoy it. But I think it'll be funny when I have a baby in me and Ben will be like, I told you not to do this.
What would you rather have, a girl or a boy? Just so we can know, because you can kind of plan that.
I'd like a girl.
Okay.
And I'd like a girl because I have the perfect idea of what a woman should be.
I think you know, and more than anyone.
I know what a woman should be, and with the guys, you know, you know, they kind of just go their own way. I have a real idea of what a woman should be, in my estimation.
And what should a woman be? Or just some examples. I'm curious.
You know, my dream daughter is a very cold, and withholding woman.
I like that.
Yeah, no, and
I'm attracted to that.
Yeah, a very, you know, pretty, or even if she's not pretty, cold and withholding. And I feel like there's too much nurturing going on right now.
Yeah.
And I think women should go back to being cold and withholding and a little aloof.
Yeah.
I like a woman who smokes a cigarette and stares at the sky.
Yeah.
I like a little aloofness. There's it's overdone now. And I like that. And I don't know how I would create that in a person, but I would try.
You can damage her.
Yeah, no, that would be the goal.
And intimacy issues. And
that would be the hope.
Yeah, you don't hug her too much, and if you're very inconsistent, that would help.
Because I think that those types of women select an appropriate mate. Because there's a lot of women that make very bad decisions with who they choose to spend their lives with.
Yeah.
And I think I would like my daughter to be kind of really evaluate a guy on a bunch of different levels and go, I'm getting into a partnership with you. Does it make sense?
Yeah.
Do you ever worry that your daughters may choose to be with someone who's not good?
Yes. A
Right.
lot. You know, Zoe, I trust Zoe. Zoe's very like free spirited and like, and kind of a little, you know, she thinks everyone's good and kind of like naive a little bit. So that scares me, but I'm very like clear with her. And so is my ex about how like people can be really horrible and evil at times, because that's honest, you know, that's real. And I'm like, you got to be really careful. Like, people are not.
What's good is like you're involved. My family's always been so uninvolved in my life.
Yeah.
They're not involved in any respect. Like, my dad is a fan of mine, but it's like he's not involved. He doesn't really ask, like, what's going on? Are you dating someone? Do you feel okay? Are you alive? It's very much like he'll call me and go, David Spade mentioned you on Howard Stern. Isn't that
all about
cool?
the business.
Yeah. Yeah, it's all about the business. So, which is fine, right? But it is. I was raised by the worst generation of people on earth, the boomer. And the boomer and I've conducted an exhaustive survey of the boomer. The boomer, not all of them, but a lot of them, it was a generation of terribly selfish people.
Yeah.
Terribly selfish, that are constantly aggrieved. Their entire lives have been a struggle, even though when you look, it hasn't been. Houses were cheap, cars were cheap. The land was theirs to pillage, and they did.
Yeah.
And they believed that kids were obstacles to their own fulfillment, and their fulfillment involved golf and wine. It was not per se, they were they were the hippies.
Rogues in Classic WoW are one of the most popular classes, and it's easy to understand why. They do insane damage in both PvE and PvP, and the class lore of being a ninja, there's pretty much nothing to dislike. However, there are some things that are very important to know before you start playing a rogue in Classic WoW, so make sure you guys watch the full video before you play a rogue in Classic. So first off is the race selection, as this is the first thing that you will do when you create your character. Making the right choice is something that is very important. The races in Classic WoW matter a lot, and there are some options that give you a great increase to your ability compared to other race choices. Unlike in BFA, the race you select will vastly increase your capability as your class. So starting off for Alliance players, the clear winner here for PvE is definitely humans. Humans have an incredibly useful trait called the sword specialization. They also have mace specialization, but either way it gives you a 5 extra weapon skill with your swords. And to be honest, weapon skill is one of the most important stats for any melee DPS, since weapon skill is going to be a huge factor as to how much DPS rogues and class. PvP, there is a less clear choice as to what race you should select when playing Alliance, because
Diablo 4 is all about player choice.
Off. So. But actually, that might be going back to kind of strongholds at the system level, and kind of like why you the player might care. So strongholds, they provide you with a lot of really awesome rewards. Obviously, you slay a bunch of monsters, you kill a boss, you're going to get a bunch of XP and loot. Beyond that, strongholds also reward you with a high amount of renown. Renown is another new system in
The thing that I found kind of a bit strange is that at the highest level, he reveals something called Xenu. And I'll go ahead and read this.
Yeah,
Xenu,
dude.
according to Science Hill.
Hey everyone, Aaron here. Welcome back to the channel.
Today we're looking at an interview that a guy named DJ Vlad did with Grant Cardone. This interview was posted, this was actually back in 2019, and the interview was posted in several parts. Part 6 is called Grant Cardone, Becoming a Scientologist is the Secret to My Success. Let's see what Grant has to say about Scientology being the secret to his success.
Okay. And there's a lot of stories about Scientology. There's documentaries, there's just a lot of information that's going back since like the 80s. What made you become a Scientologist?
I read the book Dianetics when I was 25 years old, right out of a treatment center. And that book helped me understand why I was using drugs so much and actually helped me in my recovery process. Then I went and did, when I was 45 years old, I actually had an experience because of a friend of mine that had been studying Scientology. He was a bond trader. And he was one of the most successful bond traders in the United States. And I'm like, hey, what, you seem different, dude, than everybody else I meet. And he's like, well, if you want to know what it is, I'll tell you. I said, well, what is it? He said, it's Scientology. I said, well, where is it? When is it? And how can I get some of it? And at that time, the only thing I had done at that time was read the book Dianetics. And I was living in San Diego at the time. He was living in Houston.
Okay, quick comment. So every time he tells this story, he talks about having read Dianetics when he was 25, straight out of an addiction treatment center. He sort of implies that Dianetics helped him in his recovery process, and yet he doesn't get into Scientology, according to his story. He doesn't get into Scientology for another 20 years. He's going to tell us he doesn't get into Scientology until he's 45. Dianetics is supposed to be one of the ways people get into Scientology. He's saying it helped me, but it's not what got me into Scientology. It's just a weird part of the story.
I got an appointment to go to the church in San Diego. Went in there, asked them, hey, what do you do here exactly? Forget the media, the CNN, the tabloids. It didn't matter to me that John Travolta and Tom Cruise were Scientologists. That meant nothing to me. Like, I didn't give a shit. I'm like, all I wanted to know, what can you guys do for me? And the guy looked at me and says, what do you want to handle? What do you want to handle with your life? And at that time, I was 45 years old. I was single. I wanted a wife. I wanted kids. That wasn't happening. I was not in a good place to be a family man. I was scared of it. I was actually terrified of that kind of commitment. I owned 3 businesses at the time. I had a little bit of money, but I didn't know what to do with the money.
I can't help myself. Grant can't seem to separate the things that he's supposed to say in his stories when he's selling Scientology versus when he's selling his own personal business ventures or real estate investment opportunities. I had a little bit of money, but I didn't know what to do with it. Oh shit, that's what I say when I'm pitching my investments. I'm pitching Scientology now. I got to keep it straight. All right, let's see what else he's got.
Okay, this was just 16 years ago.
According to Grant, 16 years is the exact number of years since he got into Scientology, and we know that because he offhandedly said 15, and then he corrected himself and he said 16. And also earlier in this interview, he said he was 45 years old when he got into Scientology. So if this video was posted in late 2019, 16 years prior to that would have been precisely 2003, late 2003, when Grant was 45 years old. There's just one problem. Grant didn't get into Scientology when he was 45 years old in 2003. He got into Scientology in 2001 when he was 42 years old or 43 years old, depending on when exactly he got in. Now, I don't want to hit you guys over the head with too much Scientology jargon and Scientology specific knowledge about this right now, but I'll just point out to you that we can see here on ScientologyServiceCompletions.com that Grant Cardone finished the False Purpose Rundown Basic Form in Clearwater, Florida at the Flagland Base in 2002, February 1st. Source 137 here, that refers to the Source magazine, edition 137. That is the magazine sent out by the Flagland Base, and it lists all of the completions of courses and auditing that public and staff Scientologists completed since the previous edition of the magazine. You can tell from the dates that he completes certain actions when he might have started those actions. So for example, on the Hubbard Solo Auditor Course Part 1, we can see he finished this course at the Celebrity Center in Los Angeles, and he finished it in February 2003. This is a course that takes, on average, not less than 1 year. So if Grant finished this course in February 2003, we can say with a reasonable level of confidence that he started this course sometime around February 2002, which happens to correspond with the first date we see him showing up at Flag. Now, when it says Grant completed the Hubbard Solo Auditor Course Part 1 at the Celebrity Center in February 2003, that doesn't mean he did the entire course there. That means he finished it there. So it stands to reason that when Grant showed up at Flag and started working on this false purpose rundown basic form auditing, that at the same time he started the Solo Auditor Course Part 1 here at Flag. So someone might say, well, according to this website, the earliest record that we have of Grant being in Scientology is February 2002. That does possibly somewhat match up with his story, because in late 2002, Grant was 44 years old. And that would be a nope, because that brings us to our next problem. There's one thing that's entirely missing from this list of services that Grant completed in Scientology. And what's missing is his entire lower bridge. And I know I said I don't want to hit you over the head with too much here, but let me just show you something. This is Scientology's bridge to total freedom. The right side of this bridge is the part that has all of the auditing steps. When you see Grant finishing Solo Auditor Course Part 1, that course is located right here. It is also located right here, depending on the sequences with which you do some of these steps. Everything below clear on this bridge is called the lower bridge, and it is not possible to even enroll on the Solo Auditor Course Part 1 until after you've already finished your lower bridge. Except what's missing from this entire list is Grant's lower bridge. And that would most likely be the case if Grant in fact did his lower bridge in San Diego, which matches up with the version of the story that he tells about how he got into Scientology. So if we first see him popping up at Flag around 2002, February 1st, we can say with a reasonable level of confidence that Grant actually got into Scientology and started doing his lower bridge in early 2001. Now, early 2001 puts Grant at 42 years old, and it puts his entrance into Scientology 18 years prior to this interview with DJ Vlad. Why would Grant lie about something like that? Nobody in the world cares whether Grant's been in Scientology for 16 years or 18 years or whether he was 42 or whether he was 45. Why would he lie about that? I think if Grant tells the story so that it looks like he got into Scientology 2 or 3 years later than he really did, then it looks like his entrance into Scientology had more of a direct cause and effect relationship to the growth he had in his business, when really the growth he had in his business had more to do with the networking effect of the people he was meeting in Scientology in Los Angeles. People like Bob Duggan, people who are actual billionaires, people like Bob Duggan and others like him in Scientology, who a parasitic bottom-feeding con artist like Grant Cardone can latch onto, can use, can squeeze for his network, his resources, his knowledge, his expertise, maybe even poaching some staff. Much of the success that Grant has seen in the years following his entrance into Scientology. If Scientology had anything to do with that success, it is more as a result of the networking effect of being in such close proximity to other members of a cult that you're a member of who have a very high net worth and are willing to help you out. So I don't mean to make a bigger deal than it needs to be about something like a 2-year inaccuracy of a story, but I want to call it out because Grant is making an effort to be very specific about the details, and yet he has changed the details of the story. Because Grant is a bullshit artist who's going to tell you whatever story he thinks is best and is going to make you most likely to buy, whether it's an investment opportunity in his real estate fund scams or whether it's buying Scientology. He's just going to tell you whatever story he thinks works best. All right, let's see what else he says.
So if you look at the trajectory of my life since I was 45 years old, you're going to see like it's going to be slowly going upward and then all of a sudden straight up. And I have been there now for 15 years. I've done courses, books, auditing, a thing called auditing, that has given me so much peace in my life, so much more confidence, personal confidence. I used to be scared of everything. I don't have that anymore.
Do you guys think Grant Cardone was scared of everything, or is this just part of his storytelling?
When you looked at some of the documentaries about Scientology, you go into certain different levels, right? And there is a highest level that you could achieve. And the thing that I found kind of a bit strange, that based on L. Ron Hubbard's writings, is that at the highest level, he reveals something called Xenu. And I'll go ahead and read this. So
Xenu,
dude, according to Scientology,
it's ridiculous.
Right.
Scientologists aren't allowed to know anything about Xenu. They're not allowed to hear the name. Scientologists who already know about Xenu aren't allowed to say Xenu. If you're a lower level Scientologist and you ask someone who knows about Xenu if the Xenu stuff they've heard about is real, not only will they tell you we can't talk about that or don't ask those questions, they will say, no, of course, that's false. That's just bullshit. That's just what a bunch of SPs on the internet say. That's not what it is at all. Let's see exactly what Grant's reaction is to hearing the word Xenu on a massive platform like Vlad TV.
The highest level, he reveals something called Xenu. And I'll go ahead and read this. So Xenu,
dude,
according to Scientology,
it's ridiculous.
Right. It's a
I'm just telling you. You want to know? Do you want to know?
75 million.
Do you want to know from me?
Yeah.
Most people are having trouble with yesterday and today.
Well, yeah, but for some people, particularly Scientologists, yesterday includes what happened with Xenu 76 million years ago when he blew everyone up with hydrogen bombs and dropped them into volcanoes. That is yesterday, Grant. That is what Scientology says your yesterday includes.
So you're going to read off some crazy, unbelievable shit that nobody cares about.
Crazy, unbelievable shit. Now, you'll notice he didn't say false, because you can call even something that's true some crazy, unbelievable shit. I could sit you down and tell a story and be like, I'm going to tell you some crazy, unbelievable shit. So to be fair, he didn't actually say the Xenu story is a lie, but someone could also interpret what he said to mean that as well.
They're worried about their families today, their kids today, their bills today, and their future tomorrow. So I didn't go there to handle anything about fucking trillions of years ago. I seem like a pretty fucking practical guy. I care about taking care of my wife, my kids, and my life. And I don't go to the media or the tabloids, and I don't fucking Google shit to find out what it is. I listened to a guy that was a very successful bond trader say, hey man, this helped me make good decisions day to day.
So Grant always mentions this bond trader as some sort of an authority tag. People in the sales profession would recognize the strategy as an authority tag. If it was just Grant's, mom or dad or whatever who got him into Scientology, that might sound a little more accurate, but it wouldn't create a great authority tag. Grant wants you to think that the country's #1 most successful bond trader was a Scientologist. Guys, I've asked around to everybody in the former Scientology community that I can think of. Scientology is a very small world. There is no Scientologist that anyone I've spoken to has been able to come up with. And I only asked other people because I myself have no knowledge of anyone in Scientology, presently or previously, who was known as one of the top bond traders. And a lot of people think he's talking about one of the Feshbach brothers, either Kurt Feshbach or Joe Feshbach or Matt Feshbach. Guys, these guys were not bond traders. These guys are not bond traders. They didn't live in Houston, Texas. There's a bunch of fund managers that are Scientologists who manage a variety of different kind of funds. None of them are bond traders. And by the way, if the guy really was one of the most successful bond traders in the entire country, wouldn't you want to mention his name? If this guy's been such a long-term Scientologist that he's recruiting someone like you into Scientology, wouldn't people know who this guy is? Wouldn't he be publicly out as a Scientologist? Wouldn't the world knowing that this guy was a Scientologist be good for Scientology? In the eyes of a Scientologist, wouldn't it be like people knowing that Tom Cruise and John Travolta are Scientologists? I am telling you, I believe Grant's entire version of how he got into Scientology is complete horse shit. And I challenge anyone watching to provide me enough information to prove otherwise.
And I'm going to tell you, I've been down there 16 years. Half the shit I've seen on the internet about Scientology, 90% of the shit I've seen on the internet about Scientology is complete fucking garbage. It's helped me in my life personally. I have a beautiful marriage, 2 beautiful kids.
I would love for one of these interviewers to respond with something like, what is an example of something that you have seen said about Scientology that is bullshit? And do you like how Grant always tries to characterize, I say always because I've been watching a lot of Grant Cardone content recently. He always characterizes the negative information about Scientology as coming from the tabloids. The most reliable, definitive, and authoritative sources on abuse and fraud, etc., about Scientology don't come from the tabloids. They come from news organizations. They come from the New Yorker. They come from HBO. They come from Netflix. The only thing I ever see in the tabloids about Scientology is that every time Tom Cruise has a movie coming out, there will be tabloid articles that say something like, Tom Cruise is leaving Scientology, or John Travolta is leaving Scientology. That's the only thing the tabloids ever writes. But Grant just wants to be dismissive about everything. An interviewer one of these days should be, give me an example. Give me an example of something that you've seen that you think is false. Because Grant's also not allowed to read any of the false information. See, that's what would make it so fun if an interviewer pushed back. In order for someone like Grant to give actual examples, he would have to admit to having read or been exposed to the information in the first place, except Scientologists aren't allowed to read that information. So if an interviewer wanted to get really cute and get really good, they could even say, well, where did you read that? Well, and then let's say he mentioned the Going Clear documentary. Grant, are you telling me that you watched the Going Clear documentary? Now, Grant may have watched the Going Clear documentary, but if he were to admit it in an interview, it would set a horrible precedent with other Scientologists, and Grant would get in trouble with his Scientology overlords. So anyway, if an interviewer really knew what they were doing, anytime they had someone like Grant in front of them, they could really put the screws to him and back him into a corner and make it impossible for them to honestly answer questions. And that would really show the world what Scientology is really about. When a high-profile public Scientologist is completely incapable of just honestly answering questions in an interview.
I'm a good father today. I'm dependable. I had 3 employees, dude, when I walked in there. Okay, I got 185 in Miami. I got another 150 in the real estate. I owned a handful of houses, of apartments when I was in San Diego. Maybe.
Scientologists always do this. They want to make Scientology sound credible by telling you about its business, about their business success that they've had since getting into Scientology, which seems to me to hit right up against what Scientology itself tries to do, which is make it seem as religious and spiritual as possible, which has nothing to do with business success. You don't hear, I converted to Christianity and ever since then I've 10x'd my income. Or yeah, I converted to Judaism and now I 5x'd my staff. Only Scientologists talk that way. It's really fucking weird. It's not weird to me. I know why Scientologists do it. They don't have the self-awareness required to see how weird it is that that's how they define success. That's how they define whether Scientology has helped them or not.
200 units. I own 6,500 today. So it's been a game changer for me. That's all I can tell you. Now, if people want.
So Grant starts a real estate syndicate, preys upon millennial investors through social media to raise hundreds of millions of dollars to buy overvalued real estate, and he's using that as something to lend legitimacy to whether Scientology works. Grant Cardone doesn't own 6,000 units. A real estate syndicate that using investor money has purchased using 80% leverage 6,000, probably now closer to 8,000 units. But when he tells the story, he's like, I used to own 3 houses. Then I got into Scientology. Now I own 8,000. That's not how the world works. That's not how investing works. That's not how holding assets works. And it's not evidence that Scientology works unless you're just looking at it as a business networking opportunity, which really is a bit more about what Scientology really is all about.
Want to get their information from Google and some documentary? Like the documentary they did of Michael Jackson. Somebody asked me if I watched that. I said, why would I watch a guy who can't defend himself?
What a horrible example. What a horrible example. Why would I want to see what all of these people who were abused by Michael Jackson has to say when he's dead and can't defend himself? Oh, Lord.
I'm not going to watch that. I'm not going to watch one side of a story.
Well, has Scientologists ever made a documentary to respond to all that?
Yeah, Scientology. It's called Scientology TV.
Okay, there you go. Okay, so you feel that Scientology is one of the keys to your success?
Dude, I would give what I've done there. There's $19 course. I'm doing a finance course they have there right now. It's $19. That when I read.
Guys, does anyone believe that a man who claims to be a billionaire, who claims to own billions of dollars of real estate, who claims to train others how to become billionaires, is doing a $19 finance course at the Church of Scientology? And if he is, should we be asking ourselves why fake billionaire Grant Cardone is doing a $19 finance course at the Church of Scientology? He's saying it like it's some great, fantastic thing. Look, Scientology offers cheap courses. Yeah, why are you doing a cheap finance course when you yourself sell to others very expensive finance courses? He seems to think he's answering questions when really he's generating so many more.
Read that finance course on the way down to New York, by the way. It took me maybe 3 hours to do the whole course. You can do it online. I went to accounting. I spent 5 years to get an accounting degree. I learned more in this little course pack this big than I learned in 5 years of college.
More bullshit stories from Grant Cardone. I learned more in a 3-hour, $19 finance course at the Church of Scientology that I did on a train ride, on a 3-hour train ride. I learned more in that course than I did during the 5 years that it took me to get an accounting degree. First of all, why in the fuck did it take you 5 years to get an accounting degree? And this is just a perfect example of what I mean by just bullshit storytelling by Grant Cardone. Just hyperbolic, over the top, exaggerated bullshit stories designed to sell things. And it doesn't matter whether he's trying to sell you a car, whether he's trying to sell you an investment in Cardone Capital, or whether he's trying to sell you on joining Scientology. All he's ever going to do is tell you bullshit stories. All right, everyone, that is all I have for now. Thank you for watching. Thank you to everyone who watches until the very end, and I'll talk to you soon. Bye.
Okay, if you want to see my rock and roll songs,
Ron. Where is Ron right now?
Hey, Ron here. Happy Saturday, everyone. Thank you for joining me, and welcome back to the channel. Guys, I was watching Megyn Kelly's interview with Mike Rinder, and there was some stuff in there I've just got to share with you, because I'd never heard this stuff before, so perhaps you haven't either. Mike Rinder is currently doing a press tour for his new book called A Billion Years, My Escape from a Life in the Highest Ranks of Scientology. And he went on Megyn Kelly's Sirius XM show. This is a fantastic, wide-ranging 2-hour interview. Megyn Kelly is shockingly informed and educated on the subject of Scientology. It's not actually the first time she's interviewed Mike Rinder, but it is the first time she's had an opportunity to do a long-form interview. Let me just show you the part where they're talking about Scientology interviewing women to be Tom Cruise's girlfriend. Check this out.
All right, so Katie Holmes, who could forget Tom Cruise jumping on the Oprah couch? This is when he was not being controlled. It stopped from expressing his joy of Scientology, etc. He's jumping on the Oprah couch about Katie. You say in the book there were auditions to become his next girlfriend. So that means she must have auditioned. Katie Holmes?
I assume so. Look, I was actually in the hole when this was going down. I was there for the start of the Tom Cruise interview for a girlfriend saga, which happened in Madrid, of all places. I was in Madrid for the opening of the new church there, and this new church had been built, and new Scientology building and blah blah blah, and it had started when Tom was going out with Penelope, and trying to get Penelope's sister involved in Scientology and her family and blah, 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 blah. By the time the actual Scientology building was ready to be opened and Tom Cruise flew there to speak at that, he had broken up, or Penelope had broken
Cruz
up with him.
Out of it, yeah.
Yeah. However, I'm standing talking to Tom and, whatever entourage, and Miscavige hadn't showed up yet, and Leanne was there, and Leanne, his sister, and he says to me, "Can you believe Leanne can't find me a girlfriend?" And I'm like,
no, I cannot believe that.
Can you believe being one of the world's most famous, I want to say wealthiest people? I know he's not literally one of the most wealthiest people, but at a certain level, does wealth, after hundreds of millions of dollars, does it really matter whether you have billions? Can you imagine being one of the wealthiest and most famous people in the entire world, and you can't get a girlfriend. I think that should be one of the biggest red flags around Tom Cruise. The guy can't get and keep a girlfriend. The guy's been divorced 3 times. Anyway, let's keep going.
A, I can't believe it. B, I can't believe you're asking me. And C, what am I supposed to do about it? At that point, David Miscavige walked into the room and said, "Oh, what are you guys talking about?" And Tom repeats the same thing to him. Okay. Very shortly thereafter, I was in the hole. And I never really saw what happened subsequently. But I do know that one of the people who was selected, and again, this comes from Maureen Orth, did an amazing story in Vanity Fair about the relationship of Tom and Katie, and talked about how Nazanin Boniadi had been selected to be his girlfriend and the process that was gone through.
My goodness.
And Naz is a very good friend of mine. And this story she can't talk about because she is bound by an NDA that she was forced to sign before starting a relationship with him.
Okay, I'm just going to jump in here real quick. I was already familiar with the fact that Nazanin Boniadi, who was an actual Scientologist before this hunt for a girlfriend for Tom Cruise started. I was aware that she was basically the one who won the audition. Realize the girls did not know they were being auditioned to be Tom's girlfriend. This was a ruse that was put on by Scientology. They were auditioning Scientologist actresses, and actually some non-Scientologist ones as well, to be in a Tom Cruise movie. But it was all BS. There was no real movie they were auditioning for. I knew that Nazanin had been sort of roped into that whole thing. I just never knew whether Katie Holmes was one of the women who auditioned, because Tom had gone out with Nazanin for a while, and then Nazanin offended David Miscavige, and so Tom Cruise broke up with her. And I've never known where Katie Holmes fit into all of that. Like, was she runner-up? And once Nazanin was thrown out of the picture, they brought in Katie. No one has ever actually provided information about how all these pieces fit together. I guess, my point here is Nazanin was a Scientologist during all of this. Katie Holmes most definitely was not, and that's part of why I've never understood how all these pieces fit together.
But
note to self, if asked to audition for the role of girlfriend and to sign an NDA prior to meeting the would-be bachelor, run in the opposite direction. Now, I want to tell the audience 2 things. There's more on John Travolta, which is fascinating, and there's a great story about Michael Jackson being toured through the L. Ron Hubbard Life Exhibition with Lisa Marie. And to hear those stories, you've got to buy Mike's book. You've got it, and those are worth it.
Oh, okay, so that's all they get into on that story. So I had never heard Mike tell the part where he's in Madrid with Tom Cruise, and Tom says to him, "Can you believe Leanne can't find me a girlfriend? Why would you be relying on your sister to find you a girlfriend? This isn't middle school. This isn't high school. You're one of the most powerful people in Hollywood, and you're relying on your sister to find you a girlfriend. And then you're relying on your best friend, cult leader David Miscavige, to find you a girlfriend. The world of Tom Cruise is a wacky world to be in. It's wild and woolly. I mean, the guy's best friend is the leader of one of the most notorious cults in the world. Who in their right mind is going to sign up for that? I mean, no wonder the guy can't find a girlfriend. There's another wild story about John Travolta in the book, but I'm going to do a separate video about that. So stay tuned. Thanks for watching, everyone. Talk to you soon. Bye.
Okay, if you want to see my rock and roll songs, click right on this guitar. And if you want to see a different one of my videos, oh, then you could click right inside here. If you have subscribed or not, subscribe right here. Bye.
Do you want to lead?
Yeah. Okay. We're live, everyone. Thank you for joining us. We just did the first 30 minutes of this conversation on Andrew Gold's channel, On the Edge with Andrew Gold, and we are continuing here. By the way, we'll wrap up sort of what we're talking about at some point, and then we will do questions, just so everybody knows. So what I wanted to start with here is that And maybe we can do a little bit of a recap because we're not talking to all the same people. But when Katie Holmes made her great escape from the Tom Cruise marriage in 2012, the fact that she was able to put all of the pieces required in motion and execute this thing, all while having her life completely infiltrated with Scientology spies, shows not only what an incredible job she did and with the guidance certainly of her father, but how important she felt this was, right? Like you have the cause and the effect, and you can see the amazing work that she did to orchestrate the escape. But in order for her to have the desire and the commitment and the dedication and the drive to make that happen and make it happen as smoothly and seamlessly as it occurred, it's sort of a reflection of how horrible things were for her in her life and how horrible she saw that they could get, not only for her, but for Surrey. And, I think when I said earlier that Katie probably had a whole laundry list of dirt, not only on Tom, but even more so on David Miscavige, this is sort of what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about like where our body's hidden. I'm talking about the things about David Miscavige and his involvement in Tom's life that would make life so unbearable and suppressive and restrictive that it would almost force Katie to completely escape from Tom, from Scientology, and to save Surrey. That's really more what I mean. It's pretty remarkable to even consider.
Well, I think one of the things that, in fact, if we want to just have one thing we didn't touch on last time, I think, is that Nicole Kidman, Tom's previous wife, famously lost contact with her kids for several years. So that must have been playing on Katie's mind.
100% I agree with that because, Connor and Isabella, who are Tom's adopted children, they had a decent relationship with Katie. I mean, Katie was with Tom for 6 years, right? It was about 6 years. And she would have seen firsthand how Connor and Isabella talk about Nicole, treat Nicole, how little consideration and regard they have for her or time they spend with her. And she would see this is what it looks like. This is what being married to Tom Cruise and having kids with Tom Cruise looks like. This is where it ends up. And totally aside from people spying on Katie and not having people she can confide in, just seeing the destruction that Scientology had on the relationship between Nicole and Connor and Isabella, that alone probably would have been enough grounds for Katie to start planning a great escape.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely, and this is the thing. I mean, I said last time again that it's been called one of the greatest legal triumphs of the century. This was Katie's. So I'm bumping into the microphone. This was Katie's father, who's a matrimonial lawyer, practices matrimonial law, and he's supposed to be a top lawyer. She had to get lawyers in different states. One thing that we didn't mention as well is that they pushed to get the case tried or whatever in New York, because in California judges tend to give apparently joint custody of children, whereas in New York apparently it's more common to give sole custody, and she really wanted it. Now you have to wonder why she, obviously every group of parents are different. My parents got divorced, but they're very friendly. I'm very fortunate in that sense, and they could all hang out together. To want sole custody, there must have been a lot of weird stuff going on, and like I was saying before, I just wish we could really hear it from her, what the truth of everything.
Yeah, and it would be my best guess that the reason she insisted on having sole custody is because of what she saw happen with Connor and Isabella and Nicole, and knowing that if there was any Scientology influence whatsoever, if Tom was able to influence Surrey with Scientology, it would be specifically to the effect of destroying the relationship between Surrey and Katie.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And then they got it done in 10 days, got sole custody of Surrey, and then he hasn't seen her for 10 years. So
yeah, since 2012, right? And back to the shared custody thing. And I'm no expert, I'm not a lawyer, this is not legal advice. But like if you have joint custody, then you're talking about also joint relationships between schooling, joint decisions with schooling and things like that. And I think with Katie having sole custody, she's able, like let's say Tom has 10 days of visitation per month per the agreement. He doesn't use them, but just because he has visitation, he would not have any say whatsoever in her schooling or he would not be allowed to put her into a Scientology course or Scientology auditing just because he's exercising visitation. I think that was probably one of the reasons for wanting sole custody, was so that Tom couldn't exert any influence in having Suri do Scientology.
Just trying to think, did Tom Cruise move on to someone else after Katie Holmes? Has he been with anyone else?
So not publicly, meaning he has not publicly associated himself with any particular women. I do tend to believe the tabloids when you read something about him going on a date with this co-star or that co-star. I tend to believe those reports because I don't think Tom would just casually be seen out on the town with a female co-star unless it were a date. That's just my personal feeling on the matter.
Sure.
But then Tom would have to stop short of officially calling it something, because when the woman finally runs for the hills, you would have to chalk up another one in the L column.
Man, again, so wouldn't you just love to be a fly on the wall when they're having these conversations? Because obviously there was a period in the mid-2000s where Tom Cruise's sister became his publicist and started sort of letting him loose a little bit. And he had those famous interviews with Peter Overton and what was Lowry? Matt Lowry?
Matt Lauer.
Lauer, sorry, who was disgraced himself, I believe, later for other things. And, you know, the search for Tom Cruise's girlfriend, which is just the most embarrassing thing, this thing where he was telling Mike Rinder, oh, why can't I get a girlfriend? And they had to all go and find him a girlfriend. Nazanin Boniadi was the first one, and then it was Katie Holmes. And now it's got to be a bit like, look, Tom, you're just embarrassing us. So you're on your own, mate. Like, go, if you can't find it, if you're Tom Cruise, one of the richest, most famous, quite handsome, you know, everything in the world, you can't find a girlfriend, then, you know, it's time to look inwards, Tom, no?
I mean, he's no Andrew Gold, but he's got some things going for him.
Come now. He's no Aaron Smith Levin, but he's pretty cool, that Tom Cruise guy.
So here's the thing, you know, I feel like if it weren't for David Miscavige, Tom Cruise would probably have no problem finding a girlfriend. But it's like, how long do you have to be going out with a non-Scientologist before you're like, hey, let me introduce you to my buddy, the head of the Scientology cult, David Miscavige? Like, it's so much baggage associated with all of that.
David will be accompanying us to bed. He will be coming with us everywhere. He will just be sitting in the corner and ensuring that nobody accidentally says well done at any point, because apparently that is the thing that gets Tom Cruise. You know, if you say well done to Tom Cruise, you're going to be on your knees with a toothbrush scrubbing the corners of the bathroom within 5 minutes.
No, Tom Cruise is like, nobody says very well done to me except David.
Man, you know, like there was that period, of course, in the mid-2000s. Tom was doing these weird interviews, and there was that guy who squirted him with water in the face. Did you see that?
Yes.
So that's a bad thing to do to anyone, because it could be acid, it could be whatever it could be. It's not a nice thing to do. However, why didn't people just say well done to him? If people knew, they could have said, Tom, loved the film, Mission Impossible 58. Well done, very well done. That would have killed him.
Very well done. He said, nobody squirts me in the face other than Dave. Let me take this question. Do you think there's anything to the rumor that Tom is sterile and Suri is not his? So I have to take responsibility for this rumor. So here's the thing. I've never said that Suri isn't his. What I've said, now there's these things. Okay, so when I have chats with Mark Headley knows things that were common knowledge, which means they were not, like if Mark Headley tells a story, Mark Headley was never anybody's auditor. He was never their case supervisor. He was never their ethics officer. If Mark Headley has information about something, it's something that was commonly known because it was gossiped about and people spoke about it. In other words, it's not protected, confidential, priest-penitent information. Mark Headley and other people from the int base have simply told me casually in conversation that it was sort of common knowledge that Tom couldn't have kids. Now, that's not to say he didn't have Suri. People can have sterility or fertility problems, and they're not permanent, or they're not always there, or whatever. I never meant to actually say Suri wasn't his. I meant to say I'm surprised no one has. There's so many stories that exist in the Scientology world that get a lot of airtime. That one had never gotten any airtime. And the truth is, I only put that video out because my videos, I got the impression my channel might have been shadow banned. And I'm like, okay, let me do this video about Tom Cruise and see if my channel's really shadow banned. Well, it turns out my channel wasn't shadow banned, and I took a lot of shit behind the scenes for making that stupid video. So do I think there's any truth to the rumor that Tom is sterile? Yes. There's might be some truth to it. Does that mean that Suri is not his? No, it doesn't mean that. But I do want to make this comment. Some people have said to me, how dare you put something like that on the internet? What if Suri saw that? It would destroy her. I go, wait. It would destroy Suri more if she heard a theory that maybe Tom wasn't actually her biological father. Destroy her more than the fact that the person that she thinks is her biological father has completely disowned her and discarded her like trash. One of these things is worse than the other, and I don't think it's the one where Tom isn't the biological father. Anyway, I can't say this enough. I'm not saying it's true. It's just something that's out there. I don't want to.
Yeah.
So
I think what's a funny thought, because, and I only realized this recently, that the two of us, and I don't mean this in a bragging way, it just is a fact. When you type Tom Cruise into YouTube, we're very high up the videos that we've done. So it's more than possible that, I mean, most actors and celebrities and things do research their own names. So what a thought this is. I don't know if you've given this much thought, but not just him, but Katie and Suri might be tuned in right now, just watching us. And I would just also say, if anything pisses off Suri, it's probably the fact that whenever anyone says her name, people's iPhones start buzzing and replying, because it's, that's got to drive her crazy. Imagine that, going your whole life with a name that, it's like being called Alexa, I suppose. I wonder if there's any Alexas in the chat today.
You can't. Oh, I've got my earphones in. So, okay. No, our devices will hear you speaking. Yeah, that is really funny. I never thought of that.
They could be watching us. I'd be surprised if they hadn't.
I would be surprised as well. I got in trouble for something I said about the Danny Masterson trial because someone who I never in a million years dreamed was watching these videos is watching these videos. So I do have to be a little careful. Okay, so let's see. Jay Dice, I would love to ask Katie if Tom was allowing Scientology to begin efforts to indoctrinate Suri. I know she was at that age, but have you heard of specific efforts that were made? Oh, this is a great question. I haven't heard this discussed very much. In fact, I've only heard this discussed in the context of Suri was getting to the age where you get officially indoctrinated into Scientology. There's no such age. A lot of your level of indoctrination or introduction obviously has to do with whether you can frickin' read and write. I mean, if you can't read, how much Scientology can you be exposed to? So I think what's really being referred to there is she was getting to the age where she was probably able to understand enough and read enough to start doing the most entry-level courses, like children's courses. However, there's other ways to indoctrinate children into Scientology, and it has to do with things, they call them various assists. Assists is Scientology's, it's almost like hands-on faith healing. Like, it's funny, you don't hear a lot of details about this discussed, right? So there's something called a touch assist, or a locational assist. Let's stick